lead the pledge, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Michael Bose of Epping, and as chair of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing, actually an executive session of bills referred to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I confirm that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Assisting us today from the House Committee staff is Jennifer Ford, the STE Committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will start the meeting by taking the roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also indicate whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Thomas. Here in the committee room, next to Chairman Bowles and next to the open window. Representative Harrington.
I'm at home. My wife's here wandering around somewhere.
Representative Notter.
I'm here, too far away from the open window.
Representative Murner.
Present, on the other side of the room, away from the window.
Representative Flett is here, acting as clerk, sitting next to Chairman Bowles. Representative Berejny.
Here in the committee room next to the window.
Representative Bernardi.
Here in committee.
Representative Cambrils.
Present in committee.
Representative Cloget.
Present in committee.
Representative White.
I'm here at home and I'm alone.
Representative Sumsich.
Yeah, he had to present a bill. He'll be in late.
I'll accept that. Representative Kelly Pitts.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Representative Mannix. Representative Mann. Give him a chance to unmute if he's muted.
See you.
He's connecting.
I'll come back to him then. Representative Lockwood.
Present, I'm in my office alone, but my husband and son are in the house.
Representative Vincent.
I'm here. I'm at my home, and my wife is in the house.
Representative McGee.
Yeah, I'm home and in my office alone.
Representative McWilliams.
I am by myself today, present.
Representative Friedrich.
Here in my home office, alone except for a snoring dog.
Representative Pimentel.
I'm here in the room alone at home.
Representative Cashel.
Here alone.
By Representative Mann again. He's still connecting. Can you see him on the screen? Yes. Yes. Then I'll mark it as present.
He's present, yeah.
Representative
He's dialing in.
Representative, as chairman votes.
I'm present in the committee room and trying to get closer to the window.
I would just say for Representative Mann, it's *6 to unmute on your phone.
It looks like you can unmute on the screen as well, John.
I'm all set. Sorry.
Good, I'm done. 21-0. All of us are here.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So today we're having an exec session. We will be execing 8 bills. And we will not be execing them in the order that they are listed in the House calendar, but we will exec all 8 bills. It is my intention at this time to retain 7 of these 8 bills. We'll discuss each one in turn. But we're going to start this morning with House Bill 315. And I am going to move the adoption of Amendment 2021-0664H. This amendment was sent to the committee this morning. It came from OLS and it corrects 4 typos. I will read those typos. On page 2, line 26, we inserted the word "with" between the words "associated" and "such." On page 3, line 12, we changed the text to read, quote, "fails to meet the requirements," unquote. On page 3, line 34, we deleted the words "of the customer's application." They were superfluous words. That deletion was agreed to and endorsed by the Honorable Clifton Below. And then on page 5, line 23, we removed the word "may," which left behind the word "shall." Those were the typos that we asked OLS to correct, and this amendment corrects those 4 typos.
The amendment number again is
4.
2021-0664H. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Mr. Chair, I'm just doing something here right now, checking on the email that was sent. There's email from Jennifer Carey that was titled, oh, never mind. That's a different bill.
It's 106. Yeah.
These emails are coming in.
Yeah, it's 106. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the second 06665H. 06665.
No, it's 06648.
4.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt Amendment 0664H. Is there any discussion? Representative McGee.
Thank you. I just have a question. I remembered on page 2, let's see, where is it? Starting on the paragraph under financial responsibility on line 23, that there was some discussion about the incidental costs not being written up properly. And I'm just wondering if that was changed. It looks like it's correct, but do you remember Mr. Below went into an extensive description of how there were some incidental costs that might come along with a town moving towards a community power program that basically the exception was for capitalized and operating costs not being transferred onto ratepayers who didn't want to participate. Isn't that what this paragraph is about?
Yes, you are correct. And the discussion that did ensue around that issue determined that the text was correct as written. Covered by the text on line 29 and 30.
Yeah, which may include, okay. All right, just wanted to be sure because I thought there was something that had to be changed.
I recognize Representative Platt.
Mr. Chairman, second.
Representative Thomas seconded the motion. Thank you.
Oh, he firsted. No.
Mike,
No, I moved the amendment. He
Oh,
seconded.
okay.
Okay, got that straight?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to adopt Amendment 2021-0664H.
Representative Thomas. Yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Nada.
Yes.
Representative Murna.
yes.
Representative Platt votes yes. Representative Bereshny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Lozier.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich. Representative Somsich.
Still doing its bill. Still doing bill.
Oh, okay. Representative Kelly Pitts.
Yes.
Representative Mann. Representative Mann. Star six. I'll come back. Representative Luxon.
Yes.
Representative Vincent.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative McWilliams.
Yes.
Representative Creechin.
Yes.
Representative Pimentel.
Yes.
Representative Pasha.
Yes.
Representative Mann. Okay, and Chairman Bowles.
Chairman Bose votes yes. Representative Mann now seems to be back, at least he's on screen.
Representative Mann, how do you vote? You've got it down as a non-vote then.
Yeah.
Is it legitimate for a person to vote by doing a thumbs up?
If they have no audio, maybe.
Sure it is.
If he can put his thumbs up and he's on, you're visible, I don't see why not. All right, I'll put it down that way.
Representative Mann, would you, if you can hear us, would you give thumbs up or thumbs down on, for your vote on this amendment?
Just have one big face up there. We can't see.
Yeah.
He's gonna hit star six.
Apparently, he can't even hear us.
I have to put it down.
Okay,
No, we shouldn't.
all
be
right,
doing-
the vote is complete. Please read the result.
19-0-2.
Okay, by a vote of 19-0, the amendment passes. So I now move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 315
I'll second.
and recognize Representative Thomas.
Where's,
Jackie wants to
Kelly
say-
Pitts seconded.
Okay, I recognize Representative Callie Pitts.
Second.
Thank you, Representative. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we pass House Bill 315 OTPA as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when you are ready, Mr. Clerk, you may call the roll.
We'll save one.
John Mann, can you hear us yet? John Mann, can you give me some kind of a verbal, I mean, a visual signal about whether you can hear us or not?
I don't think he can.
Apparently, he can't hear us.
Can someone that knows his number call him and let him know? I'd like to get as slow as possible. It's there.
Can Jennifer call him at home and give him the phone number to call in? The phone should work.
I'll try to reach out to him if his phone line is free, but he was connected well before, so maybe he'll be able to sort it out, but I'll try to reach out to him.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Somebody walk
Clerk,
to the big screen and point to his face or something.
Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Almost ready.
yes.
My Chairman Vos,
Yes, Representative?
my understanding was if there was technical difficulties that the meeting had to be suspended. Is that correct?
If members of the public notify us that they can't get in, we have to suspend the meeting, yes.
No, I'm talking about members of the committee, that if there's technical difficulties, that the meeting has to be suspended. I don't know how we get to him to hang up his phone so somebody can call him.
Yeah, we tried to reach him, but the phone line's busy.
I know, because he's trying to be on the number. He might be on a wrong number.
Text them.
The introductory script says, in the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. It doesn't say anything about
Doesn't
members.
say anything about the members.
It doesn't say anything about members of the committee being unable to access the meeting. So we'll try our best and encourage those of you who know Mr. Mann's, Representative Mann's phone number, to try to get a hold of him. We certainly don't want to deprive Representative Mann of the opportunity to vote.
He's trying.
Imagine if we try to do it second. We'd never get anything done in the State House. Never. 400 people. We can't even do this for 20.
He's in the
I
middle.
don't know if anybody just left the room during the, while the vote was called, but I saw somebody moving around.
He's next to Jackie.
I was trying to reach him.
There he
I
is.
was trying to reach him.
He's on the phone next to
Does
Jackie.
he have an iPhone where you can be texted?
He's right there.
So Representative Thomas and Representative Rajni
That's
have been
the count.
moving around the room because they're trying to
He's got the biggest face on.
use the platform here
You can't see
to
us either. Nobody's waving
Representative
back.
Mann, but
Jackie's laughing at you. Here we go.
There's something wrong with the equipment in the room? Do you guys need something?
No,
No, we're fine here.
we're fine. It's
Fine.
Okay.
Man,
maybe if we have a blank piece of paper, we could write it out and hold it up to.
I don't think you can
Oh,
see
that
it.
is a good idea. We
John,
can't
hang
hear
up.
you.
You can see, I think.
What do you want it to say? I'll do it.
John, hang up.
Oh, is this-
Say how you vote on 315. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Rep.
he's
Man.
talking into these. Look at him, he's
Please use
talking.
thumbs up or thumbs down to vote if you can hear us.
Thumbs
Tell me his.
There he goes. There's a thumb.
or
It's
down.
Oh, there we
All
go.
right.
Okay,
You got
He's
he's,
giving us both now.
he's giving us thumbs up and thumbs down now,
Are
so
you
he must be
up?
able to
Oh, we
hear
can't
us.
see it. It was
Just
too close.
yeah.
Hang on. Does he know what he's voting on is the question.
HB 315.
Right, you need to tell him. It's HB 350.
He has connected to the meeting. Representative Mann, if you can hear us, press *6 to unmute.
Better eat some of that chocolate.
Yay.
You hear?
Yeah, if he's connected to
Hey,
me.
here, show him the
We
sign.
don't hear him.
We don't hear
He's
him.
connected. You don't want him to hang up now. We just made progress. Uh-oh, now we're gonna lose him.
*6.
It should be
Yeah,
star
we'll reach
6.
that. I went-
There he is.
Are you in?
Did he see
No.
it?
You need to unmute him, Jen. He's on the phone there.
I'm not able to do that. He needs to press *6.
Okay, *6, John, you're still on mute. Your phone is still on mute. *6.
He's got a rotary dial phone.
Rotary phone.
There. That's it.
John, can you hear? Thumbs up or thumbs down on 315 as amended.
Thumbs up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you talk?
Thank you, John.
You can hear somebody.
So the vote is now,
20 is it.
okay.
20.
Oh, we haven't
Did we
taken the
vote?
vote.
01.
We haven't taken the
voted
vote
yet.
yet.
Okay, but we haven't voted.
I'm going to call the roll with your permission.
Yes, please call the roll.
Representative Thomas, this is on the main bill, let it pass as amended.
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Trying to get this on. Yes.
Representative Goddard,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Plant votes aye. Representative Bereshny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi,
Yes.
Representative Cambrose,
Yes.
Representative Lozier,
Yes.
Representative White,
Yes.
Representative Samsic. He's still here. It is under the bill.
Ken,
Representative Kelly Pitts,
yes,
Representative Mann.
Thumbs up here.
We got the thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay,
Representative Oxen,
Yes.
Representative Benson,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Williams,
yes,
Representative Finch,
Yes.
Representative Pimentel, yes, Representative Pasha.
Yes.
Okay, the
Mr. Chair.
Representative Vos votes yes.
Okay, so it's 20-01.
By a vote of 20-0, the HB 315 passes OTP as amended. And thank you, everyone. I genuinely appreciate that. And I also extend my thanks to all the people who contributed to the amendment that allowed us to produce this successful outcome. Representative Thomas.
This, I would ask you to put this on consent.
Without objection, put this bill on consent. Does anybody object?
I do. I
Okay,
object because I think it's too complicated a matter.
okay.
Nobody understands.
I will not dispute that. It'll go on the regular calendar, but there will be no,
No fluff, I mean, I'm not,
I agree.
think-
I agree with you, Jackie. Thank you. Appreciate
thank
that.
you.
All right, so with that, we'll close the exec session on HB 315 and open an exec session on, let's see, let's do HB 213 next. And the chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to retain HB 213.
Representative Thomas moves to retain HB 213. Representative Nodder is recognized for a second.
I second the motion to retain.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we retain HB 213. Is there any discussion? Representative Oxenden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understood from our discussions on Friday that there was a possibility that we'd be hearing an amendment from Representative Thomas that would replace this bill with something that we could all support. What happened with that?
We
weren't here, Doug.
discussed that with House leadership, and because it would be a non-germane amendment and because it is a study commission, they advised us to do that later in the session. So we're not going to do that now. We'll just retain the bill now and we'll probably amend it later, or possibly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGee.
I guess I'll ask the question for the other issue that came up when we had the work session on Friday, which is the sort of Damocles hanging over the industries that are worried about this bill going through as it's written. And we had discussed, or I had brought up the idea of ITLing it in order to remove that because we won't be able to act on it until the new year. So it would be, you know, from all the outrage that we had from the timber industry and the forestry industry and all the folks that told us that they would not only lose jobs, but might have to close their doors. I know we didn't pass the bill, but I think just having it out there as is without any relief for those folks that are concerned about it is an issue that we should consider, like ITLing it rather than retaining it. Because right now it doesn't seem like we're doing it for anyone in particular that it would benefit.
Thank you for that comment. I will remind you that one of the reasons we're retaining some bills, Florida baits, are very constrained. The amount of time we're going to have to conduct future sessions between. Speaker reiterated that in the chair's and vice chair's meeting this morning. So we have to basically put off, sadly, issues that are going to be controversial enough to generate a floor debate. And HB 213 falls into that category. Representative Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not that you need my vote, but I would be inclined to also vote to retain if you gave us some kind of reassurance that that would be a bill that we would take up in the spring, so we could talk about the amendment then and take that sort of Damocles off the table. So if you could give us some kind of reassurance that that might be one of the first bills we could take up. I know you said that we would be able to start talking about retained bills in the spring. Could you respond to that, please? Thanks.
Yes, I will. I will reassure you that I will make every effort to take this bill up in this spring. I can't guarantee it, but I'll make every effort to make sure that that happens. Representative Grecian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to Kat's point about taking the sort of Damocles over people's heads, I would suggest if we could unanimously vote to ITL today and get it on the consent calendar, then it wouldn't occupy any session time.
You are correct, but as I pointed out a moment ago, it would engender a floor debate, and we need to discourage floor debates for the rest of this session. Thank you. Representative Harrington, you're recognized.
Yeah, first of all, it's not going on consent. If it was put on there, I'd take it off. And second, you know, you talk about industries with a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Well, any industry that lives off of ratepayer or taxpayer subsidies is always susceptible to losing that subsidy. They don't have a right to other people's money. It's a bill that was passed to give it to them. Any bill that the government passes to give somebody a subsidy, the government can take away. And they got to realize that when they go into it with their eyes open.
Representative McGee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Representative Harrington's perspective, and I've heard it before. I guess I'm looking at the people who came and spoke to us and the people who submitted testimony, which I think is our job. We had one person in support, and we had 366 people saying this is bad for New Hampshire. So I'm asking who we are supposed to be catering to in terms of the decisions that we make, because if they're going to upend the economy, that is supposed to be a value that we all share, that we're responsible for not making those kinds of decisions that will upend people's livelihoods with no real justification. And that's how I see this bill. It's quite damaging to a number of people, but there's been no justification for why we're doing it other than an ideological predisposition that opposes renewable credits. Yes, I agree with you that people who receive programs may not always want to, may not be in a position to expect that they will always continue, but there's also an expectation by the public that the government will not be capricious and arbitrary in decisions that upend them. And that's the other end of this, which is, what is our reason? There's been no justification given. One person supported this bill.
Once again, I will remind you that the orderly processing of the House's activity is an important consideration here.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Grecian, you have your hand up.
I apologize, that was from before.
Okay, Representative Platt is recognized.
When you're looking for a subsidy, you show up looking for the subsidy. The general public, the general ratepayer public doesn't necessarily show up, but they're interested in taking into account as well. So this is something, I think there's something in 213. The original impetus was because some plants are closed, and so they won't be able to use that. So there's something to be salvaged in there, and still to protect those who got on the gravy train till they're done.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing no further hands raised, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of retain for House Bill 213. Clerk. Representative Mann, I just request that when you hear your name called, you give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Well, it's not your turn yet.
Wait till we call your name.
Okay. I also have this.
We can hear you now.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
We can hear you. Wonderful.
I've been working on it.
Okay.
This is a motion to retain Representative Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Lerner,
Yes.
Representative Plant votes yes. Representative Berejny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi,
Yes.
Representative Campbell,
Yes.
Representative Lozier,
Yes.
Representative White,
Yes.
Representative Sumsich. Representative, oh, still not here. Representative Kelly Pitts,
Yes.
Representative Mann.
No. No.
No, I heard no. Okay, Representative Hudson,
I think it's Oxenham next.
Said you.
Did you say Oxenham?
yes.
No, thank you.
Representative Vincent,
No, thank you.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative McLean,
Uh-oh. Rebecca, you're on mute.
Representative McLean,
No.
Representative Creechy.
No.
No.
There were 2 no's there.
Double
Representative,
no. No.
okay, Representative Pimentel,
Yes.
Representative Marshall,
No.
okay,
Have a question?
oh, Representative Bose, Chairman Bose.
Chair votes yes. Is
I have,
the result?
I have a question on the vote.
What is your question, Representative?
Representative White, is he in the LOB?
Representative White is not, no.
I could not see him. All I could see during the vote was Abraham Lincoln.
I'm right here.
Well, he does have a beard.
Look, he's got to be.
I thought we had to see him visually.
We are.
Can see him visually.
I'm right
You
here.
can see him? Okay, I can't. All I could see was,
There's a telephone on the bottom and that confused me too. Because it went green, but then I saw his face.
okay,
Looks like, so I know it's him.
all right, he's here. All right. Long as Abe isn't voting.
I'm making certain of the vote before I announce it.
Okay.
Okay, it's 14-7-1.
Okay, by a vote of 14 to 7.
Can't be.
One-
Can't
I got
13-7-1.
Miscount.
No, 13-7-1.
Okay. By a vote of 13 to 7, with one not voting, the motion to retain passes. We'll close the executive session on HB 213. And next we'll open executive session on HB 148. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Motion to retain, Mr. Chair.
148.
Thank you.
Chairman, Representative Thomas, Vice Chairman Thomas has moved we retain HB 148. Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
I second the motion to retain HB 148.
Representative Nodder seconds the motion to retain HB 148. Is there any discussion? Representative Oxenden. Don't forget to unmute. Don't forget, you're muted, Representative. I can't hear you.
I'll pass for the moment. I'm still trying to find the bill. Thank you. If you give us a heads up of what the order is, that we can be ready when you turn to the bills.
My apologies. I'll try to do that.
Thank you.
HB 148 is allowing increased net energy metering limits for municipal hydroelectric facilities, if that helps. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of retain for House Bill 148. Mr. Clerk.
Representative Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Mariner,
Yes.
Representative Plattsville, yes. Representative Bereti,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi,
Yes.
Representative Campbell,
Yes.
Representative Plozier,
Yes.
Representative White,
Yes.
Representative Sumsich. Representative Kelly Pitts,
Yes.
Representative Mann,
No.
Representative Oxenden,
Yes.
Representative Vincent,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative McWilliams. Representative McWilliams. Representative Preacher.
I see her.
Yes.
Representative Patel. Representative. Representative Paschal.
Yes.
I'll ask for Representative McWilliams to talk.
There, here.
Unmute yourself.
Representative McWilliams, you appear to be muted.
And we need her video also.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is no. I vote no.
Okay. Chairman.
Chairman Vos votes yes.
The vote is 18-1, yeah.
Okay, by a vote 18-2 with one member not voting, HB 148 is retained.
Mr. Chair, we might want to say with one member not present.
One member not present. Yes, okay, that's correct. All right, so we'll close the executive session on HB 148. And to give all the members a heads up, we will take up the remaining bills on the calendar in this order. Next will be HB 394, establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire's residents, agriculture, wildlife, and natural resources-based tourism sector and commercial process. Then we'll take up HB 172, which is about establishing greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for the state and establishing a climate action plan. Then we'll take up HB 167, relative to net energy metering limits for customer generators and the purchase of output of limited electrical energy producers. Then we'll take up HB 153, which establishes a committee to study universal internet access for New Hampshire. And finally, we'll take up HB 106, establishing procedures for municipal host customer generators of electrical energy. So that is the order in which we'll take up the remaining bills. So now we'll open the executive session, and we're not announcing that earlier in this session. Now we'll take up an exec session on HB 394, establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire's residents, agriculture, wildlife, and natural resources-based tourism sector and enterprises. Before I recognize anybody else for a discussion, I will point out that I asked the speaker this morning at the vice chair's meeting if the advice that we were given at the beginning of the year advice to retain all study committee and study commissions because the Senate would kill them if we passed them here, if that advice still stood. And he said, yes, that advice still stands. So I recommend that we retain this bill. Otherwise, if we pass it, it will get killed by the Senate. So the chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, a motion is to retain.
Representative Thomas moves that we retain HB 394. The chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
I second the motion.
Representative Nodder seconds the motion of retain on HB 394. Is there any discussion? Representative Oxenham.
I'm wondering what possible value taking up the time of the committee to discuss it is if this is the preordained conclusion is that it's going to be retained. I think, you know, in one sentence, I think we all understand that universal access to broadband is as important in the 21st century as rural electrification.
No.
That's the wrong bill.
This is carbon pricing.
Wrong bill.
HB 394.
I'm sorry, I tried to write down in order the bills as you gave them to me. Carbon pricing. Thank you very much for correcting me. This bill is,
I'm
again,
the one who's wrong.
Upstairs.
I'm the one who's wrong here. We are on HB 148. I skipped ahead, didn't I?
No,
we're on 394.
394.
No, 394. We did 148.
Did we do
148 was
148?
retained, 18-1.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I was right. All right.
And the broadband bill is 153, so let's not even go there.
That's right.
And this one's not till the end.
are we on carbon pricing?
We are.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Oxenham, you're recognized to discuss 394.
Thank you very much. Again, an extraordinarily simple bill, setting up a commission that would simply prepare New Hampshire for what's coming. Regional and national carbon pricing. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, our neighbors are moving forward. We are part of a regional pool. I think it makes complete sense that we should do this. Understanding that this is going to be retained, I will close my comments there.
Representative Pimentel is recognized.
Didn't do me any good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think things are changing a lot quicker than what was originally thought in January when these rules came up that retained bills will be ITL'd. I know that other committees are going ahead and passing commission and committee bills. And I don't see why we shouldn't, especially if we can get bills out of committee onto unanimous consent. I think that if we could do that, we're going to be that'll take care of the debates during the legislation session. It'll end up going to committee on the other side of the wall, and hopefully they can do the same thing there. But I think we need to try it a few times.
Thank you, Pimentel. I would remind you that another goal of retaining bills is to avoid floor debates. So it's possible that a bill such as this might come out of the committee with an ITL recommendation. And that would likely gender a floor debate. We're trying to avoid that. And so that is another reason for you to consider retaining. Representative Mann, you're recognized.
I agree with Representative Pimentel. I'm going to vote against to retain.
Thank you, Representative Calhoun, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask what the implications of House Bill 373, which I am violently opposed, and this bill. Is our DES still going to be able to talk about carbon initiatives and what they are, because somebody's got to be watching the store. I think that my opinion is that the federal government is going to move much faster than we think.
Yep.
I think they've put on the railroad tracks. And I think that we need to be abreast of what's going on. So I want to know if hindering discussion in the DES is going to stop us from following these issues at all if we postpone this committee, which I think somebody's got to stay abreast of the issues and keep the legislature briefed. So that's my question. I'd like somebody's opinion.
Well, I will give you my opinion if you would like it.
I would.
My opinion is that HB 373 was confined to a fairly narrow issue of initiatives involving transportation, whereas HB 394 is regarding a much larger issue that actually is a national issue more than a state issue. So I don't see the two as being connected very closely together. And I see no reason why we shouldn't bring in HB 394 at this time. Representative Oxenham.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The point of this commission is to keep New Hampshire abreast of what's happening at a regional level and the national level with carbon pricing, and to be prepared for that so that we can be proactive in making sure that our economy transitions in the way that's most helpful to our residents and businesses. So again, it's a very targeted issue about carbon pricing, but what it's about is monitoring regional and national trends so we're prepared. It's very simple.
Okay, thank you, Representative Oxenham. Another thing to take into consideration here is, I don't know if any of you had a chance to look at HB 2 yet, but 60 pages of the budget trailer bill is involved with a description of the newly proposed Department of Energy. And the Department of Energy is very likely to be following this issue very closely, since it will affect decisions made at that department level. So I don't see any compelling need for us to do anything with this bill right now other than retain it. And we can probably rest assured that the Department of Energy will be looking at this issue at some point in the not too distant future. Okay, any further discussion, Representative Mann?
Yes, I would agree with, I didn't say much in the previous time. I agree with Lee and disagree about the Department of Energy. I do think the legislature, and we need an independent study of what the national, very likely national level carbon pricing would have on our economy, on our small businesses, and so on. We don't know. You know, it's not an obvious thing, and I think we owe it to our people to study this. And again, I can't imagine the Senate voting it down despite what they said, because it's got to be clear to them that this is an important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears that Representative Samsich is now with us. Representative Samsich, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I hope you had success with your other endeavors this morning. To bring you up to date on what has happened, we passed an amendment to HB 315 and then passed the bill OTP as amended with no votes against. We retained HB 213 and we retained HB 148. And we are now discussing a motion to retain HB 394. Following this bill, we will take up HB 172, 167, 153, and 106 in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Didn't we do 106?
Excuse me, Representative Callie Pitts?
I thought we did 106.
No. No.
No?
Okay, any further discussion? Representative Oxen, your hand is still up. You want to say more?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm surprised by your position that you think that this is going to be handled most effectively by the new Department of Energy. It seems to me your position in the past has been that you want policy made in the legislature, not in our agencies. So I think it's very important that we should have this commission available to work with the Department of Energy going forward.
Okay, thank you, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm starting to hear repetitive comments. I'd like to call the vote.
Okay, Representative Thomas has moved the question. Seeing no further hands raised, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of retain HB 394.
Second.
So the question has been called.
Oh, yes, J.D. Bernard is recognized.
We already did that. We're in the voting mode now.
Withdraw my.
Okay.
We've been in the voting mode.
That's what I thought. All right, so the clerk, please call the roll on retain for HB 394.
Can I ask if
What is your question, Representative?
if the motions would be removed and the motions could then be remade so that Representative Somsich can vote?
He can vote because we're going to call the vote.
He can vote
He
because
wasn't here when the question was called.
he was when the executive session was opened, but he was here when the question was called. So he can vote.
Were you, Peter?
You're right, there's nothing to complete.
Representative Sausage, you're muted.
Peter, you need to unmute if you're speaking.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that since I brought up my video later after I got on, so I'm not certain about it. I would appreciate it if we can clarify if I'm a voting member or not at this point.
I will clarify it because we faced this identical issue earlier in the session, and I had a discussion with the clerk about it. You may recall that Representative Nodder was out of the room when we opened an exec session on an earlier bill. I don't remember exactly what bill it was, but then she came back into the room. And we suspended the exec session because we didn't think she'd be able to vote. So I went and talked to the clerk about it, and he says, as long as you're in the room and present when the question is called, when the clerk calls the question, if you are in the room and present at that time, then you can vote.
That is correct.
You missed the exec session discussion, you can still vote.
That is correct. But the question was called, wasn't it? That's what we were discussing, the question. And it had been called. Am I correct, Mr. Clerk?
No, you are not correct. I have
All
not.
right, fine. Then somebody's got to make a motion. When the motion is made,
Motion on the floor from Representative Thomas to retain House Bill 394. So I now call on the clerk to call the roll.
It was already seconded, Jackie, by Janine.
I know that. The
Yeah.
motion was made. And once a motion is made, if you're out of the room, the same thing happened to Representative Harrington, which he was out of the room, he wasn't present. The motion was made, and once the motion is made, you're in the voting mode. That's all. That's the parliamentary procedure. Whether the executive session is called or not, that has nothing to do with it. It's whether the vote was made, the motion was made, the motion was on the floor. That's all. And
Mr. Chairman, can I just suggest, instead of wasting time about discussing this, could we just kind of rewind this a little bit and start over again? It probably saves more time than talking about it.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. So Representative Thomas, will you withdraw your motion to retain HB 394?
Yes, I will withdraw my motion to retain.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that Representative Thomas withdraws his motion for retain on HB 394. I don't think it requires a second. Now I will recognize Representative Thomas.
Motion to retain.
Second.
Representative Thomas moves and Representative Nodder seconds. Motion to retain HB 394. We've already had a discussion on the bill. It's now official that Representative Somsich can vote. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Flick votes yes. Representative Beretian.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Chambers.
Yes.
Representative Ploje.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
No.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
No.
Representative Mann.
No.
Representative Oxen.
No.
Representative Vincent.
No.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Williams.
No.
Representative Creech.
No.
Representative Pimentel.
Where is she?
No. Representative Paschal.
Did it again.
No.
Votes 11 to 10.
Not chair.
For the
Oh, the
chair.
chair. Sorry.
Representative votes yes.
Okay, it's now 11 to 10.
Okay, by a vote of 11 to 10, the motion to retain HB 394 passes. And it demonstrates why we need to retain these bills. We don't have broad agreement on them. I'll close the exec session on HB 394 and now open an exec session on HB 172. Recognize Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to retain HB 172.
Clerk recognizes Representative Nodder.
I second the motion to retain House Bill 172.
It has been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 172, which is a bill that establishes greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for the state and establishes a climate action plan. Is there any discussion? Representative Oxenham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I apologize for having broached this one out of order. When I tuned into the meeting this morning, there was a substantial discussion going on between the Republican members in the chamber about the religious adherence of many Democratic members of this committee to the issue of climate change. And I would just like to point out for the consideration of the members who seem to feel that this is an issue of belief rather than of scientifically demonstrated and proven fact constituting a crisis situation for our nation and the world, that the United States Chamber of Commerce in the past week just put out a statement of position on their approach to the climate issue, saying that we recognize, not we, U.S. climate policy should recognize the urgent need for action while maintaining the national and international competitiveness of U.S. industry and ensuring consistency with free enterprise and free trade principles. This is an issue we must deal with. Our constituents are asking us to deal with, and I hope that we will not simply put it on the shelf and retain it. Thank you.
Representative Oxenham. Representative Kelly Pitts is recognized.
I personally don't think religion belongs in this, but being a theology major, I don't think there's any religion or any kind of group in the world that does not advocate stewardship and taking care of the environment. And that goes back 10,000 years, because I think that that's universal. Whether there's a crisis or not, that's debatable. But taking care of our environment and seeing that we keep it as pristine and as clean as we can, I don't think is debatable across any group. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to suggest that if there is any religion in this committee, it should be the religion of science. So regardless of what religious faith you may belong to, I think we need to put science in the foreground of our deliberations here. That is the duty we have. We are the only institution in the state that specifically deals very deeply with these issues. And we should be well informed, and we should be willing to listen, and we should be willing to articulate what we think is the best for our state and our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be nice to think that we could achieve great things without goals, but I seriously doubt that can happen. This is a bill which establishes goals or works towards establishing goals. And I think that this is a bill we should not be retaining. We should be OTPing this so that we can make the goals so we can reach the goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state that I agree with Representative Kelly Pitz's comments as they were stated, and I don't believe anyone here would advocate being poor stewards of our environment in any way. I think the issue is one of methodology, and I believe it's complex, and I believe that's why we need to retain these types of bills for a lot more further discussion, because it's not a simple answer.
Thank you, Representative Mann.
Yes, I'm reacting to all of the other comments. We can't just sit here and do nothing. And in addition to everything else and all the other good reasons for doing this climate action plan and really taking this issue seriously, there's a lot of jobs at stake. The lower class, the working class, people that take a shower after they go to work instead of before, are losing jobs left and right. And working on climate mitigation, transportation issues, buildings issues could provide a lot of jobs. And I don't see any downside to having a climate action plan that it's intelligent. And I think it's a very good thing for all of us. Thank you. And by the way, I have grandchildren that have to live in the future, and I take this personally. I really think I need to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
I said, don't forget to unmute. You are recognized.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. As a co-sponsor on this bill, I just thought I should mention the fact that I think one of the reasons that the bill came forward is that we have spent the last several years in a place where we haven't moved forward in terms of goals. And I do understand that in SB2, there's additional definition coming as to what a Department of Energy would be once one is reinstated. But I think that the legislature has a separate obligation, as was mentioned already, which is why I was in favor of seeing this bill. There is a lot of good information we could pull together fairly quickly just to be able to have goals. And then everything else would come from that. And it just makes perfect sense for us to do that, which is why I am very sorry to see delay on things that really are just essential good policy for any state to have. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in because I really did think that this was something that's time had come, and I didn't think that we would have a partisan, that there would be partisan perspective on it if you're actually looking at what's going on in the larger world.
Thank you. Representative Oxenden.
Thank you for taking my remarks. I just wanted to mention that the prime sponsor, Representative Weston, had attempted to bring forward an amendment that would have changed DES to the Department of Energy. But because the Department of Energy does not yet exist, OLS was unwilling to entertain an amendment that would have changed that. Should the bill go forward, I believe that the Senate would be it would be useful to have it in the record that we approve of that change to the Department of Energy. Thank you.
Okay, good point. Seeing no further discussion on the question of retain House Bill 172, I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Murner. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Flint votes yes. Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Floja.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
No.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
Yes.
Representative Mann.
No.
Representative Oxenham.
No.
Representative Vincent.
No.
Representative McKee.
No.
Representative McWilliams.
No.
Representative Frisch.
No.
Representative Pimentel.
No.
Representative Pasha.
No.
Chairman Bowes.
Chair votes yes.
The vote is 12-9.
What is it?
By a vote of 12 to 9, the committee votes to retain HB 172. We'll close the exec session on HB 172 and open a exec session on HB 167 relative to net energy metering limits for customer generators and output of limited electrical energy. Recognize Representative Thomas.
Mr. Chair, motion to retain.
Representative Thomas moves to retain House Bill 167. The chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
I second retain.
Representative Nodder seconds the motion to retain on House Bill 167. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 167.
Okay. Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Flint votes yes. Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Floja.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somsich.
No.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
No.
Representative Mann.
No.
Representative Oxenham.
No.
Representative Vincent.
No.
Representative McKee.
No.
Representative McWilliams.
No.
Representative Frisch.
No.
Representative Pimentel.
No.
Representative Pasha.
No.
Chairman Bowes.
Chair votes yes.
11-10.
By a vote of 11 to 10, the committee votes to retain House Bill 167. I will now close the executive session on House Bill 167 and open an executive session on House Bill 153, establishing a committee to study universal internet access for New Hampshire. And recognize Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to retain.
Representative Thomas moves to retain House Bill 153. Representative Nodder is recognized.
I second the motion to retain House Bill 153.
It has been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 153, establishing the committee to study universal internet access for New Hampshire. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although we motion I motion to retain this. I think this is a very important bill, and we learned this morning at our earlier meeting that we might be able to put together a in-committee subcommittee to discuss how we might want to present this bill when we take it up again later on this spring, or I would offer that might be something we may want to consider.
I'm sorry, that was breaking up. I couldn't hear the representative's remarks.
Okay, Representative Thomas, could you maybe move a little closer to the mic over there and try to repeat what you were saying?
Yes, what I said was I'm very interested in this bill. I think it needs a little bit of work, but we did learn this morning that if it's something that we could do in-house, meaning within this committee only, it may be possible to have our own subcommittee to work on something that we can bring forward when we take up this bill again later on in the spring or possibly in the fall. So I would suggest that the committee consider that.
Representative Somcich is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree with Representative Thomas. This is a really important bill, and if we are assuming that by retaining it, we have the opportunity to work on it and get something done, I would be very much in favor of that too.
Thank you, Representative Oxenham.
You're on mute.
Don't forget to unmute.
Thank you very much. The issue of a subcommittee seems to me to be different from retaining, but I'm not really clear of the boundary line. Could you give us some clarification, Mr. Chair, as to how a subcommittee could work, how we would have to vote in order to proceed with the subcommittee?
Well, a subcommittee is something that we could establish if we retain the bill. Another option is we could establish a subcommittee before, without retaining the bill. However, if we did the latter, it would require that we complete work on the bill before crossover, which is April 8th.
Nah, there's no way.
Work on the bill in time for it to come up before the regular House, which will be sometime in early April. So I don't think there's time to do any significant work between now and then. So I suspect the best we can do here is to retain it and work on it later. Sure. Representative Thomas is recognized.
Yes, thank you. Just to add to that question, also we learned this morning that if we do something in-house within this committee as a subcommittee, the biggest difference is that we would not have any Senate representation on any subcommittee, but we could still work on it amongst ourselves here throughout the remaining period and come up with perhaps something that we might be able to work on when we take this bill up again. So that's the biggest reason right there.
Representative Oxenham, do you need a follow-up?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to process our upcoming schedule. It seems that we're going to have about a month of hiatus between today and the 3 days of marathon on, I believe it's April 7, 8, 9, something in that area. I agree. I wouldn't want to set up a situation where we had to complete our work by that time. But if we could, again, ask the chair for an assurance that he would do everything in his power to make it possible for us to advance with this and use this month that we have available to us to actually begin work on something that is of such importance to our constituents, perhaps we could come to an agreement on this.
Well, I'm just looking at the first page of the House calendar of Friday, March 5th, which was last Friday. And the first page says that pursuant to House Rule 67 After discussing the proposal with the majority and the minority leaders, the speaker has decided to alter the scheduled deadlines. And he changed the last day to report all House bills to April 1st of 2021. Today is March 8th. And April 1st, I believe, is about 21 days from now. Right? I'm not sure that that would give us enough time to come up with a new piece of legislation to deal with universal internet access for the state of New Hampshire.
It's establishing a committee to discuss it, but what I was asking was if we could use this time to begin that work, to discuss it amongst ourselves.
Oh, I
if
see.
we were to retain.
Okay. Yeah, that's a reasonable request. However, I can't guarantee that we can do that because we were also told at an earlier meeting today that Senate bills will start coming to us very soon. And even though we're not an official crossover yet, we've been advised that we should start deliberating on these Senate bills. So it'll all depend, once again, on room schedules and the availability of Zoom licenses. The House only has 5 Zoom licenses, so that limits the number of meetings we can have on any given day. So I can't promise that we would do something on HB 153. We'll try to squeeze something in, but if Senate bills take precedence, then we might not be able to do anything. But if we retain the bill, we'll certainly be able to do something later.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Plett, you have a comment?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, okay. Representative McWilliams is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair Vose. I want to note something for the record. I'm frustrated hearing that House leadership is claiming the Senate will not pass any study committees or commissions. I've been checking in on Senate bills, and I just want to note for the record that Senate Bill 71 was ought to pass as amended, establishing a commission to develop science-based emissions reduction goals for the state of New Hampshire. So the Senate is passing commissions and committees. So I have some concerns about claiming that the Senate won't pass those, and I want to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you. I can only tell you what I've been told by my leaders. Seeing no further discussion on this question, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 153. Mr. Clerk?
Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Donner.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Clint votes yes. Berejnik.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
Yes.
Representative Mann.
No.
Representative Oxnard.
Yes.
Representative Vincent.
No.
Representative McGee. Representative McGee.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Representative McWilliams.
Yes.
Representative Coulson.
Yes.
Patel.
No.
Marshall.
No.
Chairman Rose.
Chair votes yes.
By a vote of 17 to 4.
Having voted 17 yay, 4 nay, the motion to retain HB 153 passes. I'll now close the executive session on HB 153 and open our final executive session today on HB 106 and recognize Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to retain HB 106.
Representative Thomas moves to retain HB 106. Representative Notter is recognized.
I second the motion to retain House Bill 106.
It's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 106. Any discussion? Representative McGee.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that we have count them, three amendments to this bill, which means there's a lot of interest in trying to get it done right. Are we sure that retaining it without discussing or accepting any of these amendments is the way we want to go?
Well, the retained motion has to be judged first. We can entertain additional motions if retain is retained. Representative Cambrils is recognized.
I had a similar question, if we could, if we were allowed to retain it without having looked at the amendments or pass the amendments first.
Yes, it is correct that we can retain the bill without entertaining amendments, which might be apropos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then is it true that if the retained motion fails, we would be able to consider the amendments for a new motion? Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk, Representative Callie Pitts is recognized.
I guess I want to know what the rationale is. We understand that there are cities and towns that are ready to do some of this. And that when we postpone this or retain it, we are putting off their planning, their purchasing in this reopen New Hampshire atmosphere right now. And I don't think that that's a wise thing to do. The governor at this point is saying, reopen, get industry going, get everything going again. And we are halting that by putting off some of these bills. The earliest we can bring these retained bills back, correct me if I'm wrong, is next year. And so we have put things off a whole year for people who can't afford to have things put off a year. I think that we could reach a compromise somewhere if we worked at it. I don't think that there's a push to retain it today. We have until April 1st to see if we can come to a compromise on this. I think that we ought to just put on the brakes and say, let's see if we can work something out. We know there are projects ready to go. Projects mean jobs. Jobs mean money. Money means people are back into purchasing and they're off the unemployment rolls. So I think that's all the goals besides efficient power and sustainable power. So I think we ought to see, in all honesty, if we can work this out within the next few weeks by honest discussion. We've seen what discussion can do and how it can bring us together on things we never thought we could come together on. I don't think we've given it a fair shot at honest, downright discussion. And I think we could do that. I think this committee is more than capable of reaching a compromise. So I really do believe that. And I think that retaining and putting things off for a year and probably more than a year in this, especially in this atmosphere where things have been put off for a year already, I think that we are doing a disservice all the citizens of New Hampshire and to our governor and who wants to get things going again. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I would remind everyone here that we have two goals here. One is to decide what to do with these bills, and admittedly, some of them have promise, and future deliberations of this committee may churn out a bill that's acceptable to everyone. That is definitely a possibility, and retaining doesn't preclude that possibility. But there is another goal here, and that goal is to allow the orderly process of House business under very difficult circumstances. And those circumstances are that we're only going to be able to meet 2 or 3 more times in full House sessions before the April 8th crossover date. And we're going to have to process a huge number of bills during those 2 or 3 House sessions. I don't know about you, but I didn't particularly enjoy the session we had last year where we were working on bills at 3:30 in the morning. And I don't want to have to do that again. And the only way we can prevent that from happening is to avoid floor debates, avoid bringing forward bills that will generate floor debates. And I know for a fact, in talking to members of my caucus, that if we bring forward HB 106, as is or in a modified version, it will likely generate floor debate, whether we pass it or whether we kill it. And so in order to avoid that outcome, I personally think the smartest thing we can do is retain House Bill 106 and then try to come up with a compromise that we can all live with at a future date. Representative Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's 11:30. This is our last bill. If we could have a discussion on some of these amendments, maybe we can get to a compromise bill that would go to the legislature on the consent calendar. So why don't we give it a try? Why retain it and just push this out into the future while people are waiting for this? They want us to do something. And I think that there's, within this committee, some reasonable compromises that maybe we could just be able to move forward on it today.
Representative McGee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I definitely appreciate what you said about the House sessions and how we're trying to limit the the floor fights and the amount of time that we need to be together for voting. I think that's a realistic goal for leadership to try and figure out how to limit those floor debates. But we are going to have floor debates, so I think from our committee we should have been determining all along what are the most important priorities that we're trying to get over the finish line. And for the folks who are new on both sides of the aisle, I just wanted to mention that this bill, the idea of raising the net metering cap is not new, right? It keeps coming back, usually up to 5. And we had passed it with a veto-proof majority, and then it was vetoed. And then the second vote on overturning the veto, there was a whole bunch of wrangling going on all through the summer and everything. And, when it came back for a vote, it wasn't overridden. But the fact is, it has bipartisan support because so many representatives are working in towns where they're being told by their leadership, we need this. So I don't think this is one that we should gloss over because we're worried about the extra amount of time it might take for us to have people discuss their thoughts on the floor. That's always a problem, and we can have that on lesser bills, but this is not a lesser bill in terms of people around the state asking for it and expecting us to do something on it. So I'm just asking everybody to understand that it's not a partisan issue. There are people who have partisan perspectives on it, but in terms of representing constituents, it's a cross section. It's a bipartisan effort of people who are trying to get this over the finish line. So I do think we should spend more time on it than to just push to retain. So.
Representative Harrington is recognized.
Yeah, just so people are clear and we don't waste time on it, this bill will not go on consent.
Okay. Representative Thomas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I agree with the sentiment being centered about this bill, I'm hearing the same sentiment for the third time. I want to call the question, please.
Okay, Representative Thomas calls the question. In case we need.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just because a member thinks they hear the same argument is no reason to cut off debate. I could have cut off debate long ago when I heard some arguments that were made twice. I don't think that's a reason to cut off any debate, just because somebody says, I've heard this before. Yeah, I've heard a lot of things from the other side before, and I don't call them all the time because I let them speak. I think you should give us the same courtesy, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Somschitz, even though I didn't call on you to speak. Representative Thomas has made a motion, and it is a legal and legitimate motion. So we have to.
Is it a debatable motion?
No. Representative Platt, you're
No, I
recognized.
second.
Representative Platt has seconded the motion that we call the question. Representative Kelly-Fisk, you have a parliamentary.
I have a question. My hand is up. Is it a debatable motion?
Moving the question? No, I don't believe it is.
Is it? I know that. And so if it's not debatable, then we're in a real hole. And if it is debatable, then we need to be able to debate it. So I need to know definitively, is it a debatable motion? I'm not sure.
Well, we can call the clerk, but
I know the table is.
Representative Connor is trying to get an answer to your question.
Can't hear anything.
I think I have a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Representative Oxenham, what's your point of order?
I was the only person with a hand up at the time that the cutting off of debate occurred. And I think I could make my point in less time than it will take for us to hear from the clerk.
Well, while we're waiting to get an answer from the clerk, I'll allow you to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm speaking to the point that was raised by Representative McGee for the first time, which was about the fact that we're prioritizing the efficiency, I guess I should say, of debate on the session floor. This is our job. This is why we were sent here. If it takes us an extra day, if it takes us all night, we're supposed to debate. We're supposed to be thorough. And I think that this whole notion of cutting things off so it can be rammed through and no debates does a disservice to our constituents and to us as legislators. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized.
No, I'm not. I didn't lower my hand, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Representative Somschitz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really think that I hate to contradict Representative Harrington because he's usually right, but I think there's a possibility to have this on consent if we find some common ground here, as Representative Kelly Pitts mentioned. And I think it's possible to do that. And incidentally, if we can find some common ground on this, I am assured that on the floor, we won't have that much debate on it because we'll have a very strong vote in favor of something. And as was mentioned, this is about municipalities and towns who are ready to do something, take action. All they are is waiting for some guidelines. This is a Republican bill. We're willing to support it. We're willing to compromise on it. And just as a point of information, about the hydro facilities in Nashua. They have two facilities. One has a 1 megawatt capability. The other one has a 3 megawatt capability. Maybe we can find some way of finding middle ground here. So I would encourage us to consider those amendments and see if we can't find some common ground.
Thank you, Representative. The clerk. And It appears that a motion to call the question is not allowed in a committee session. So we can continue to discuss this issue, and then we will vote once we have exhausted our ability to discuss it. So is there any further question, or any further debate rather, on the question of retain on HB 106? See, okay, Representative Pimentel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would hope that maybe this motion to retain could be withdrawn and maybe replaced with an ought to pass, and then we can discuss it further. And if ought to pass doesn't come, it fails, then we can look at some of these amendments.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Representative Callie Pitts is recognized.
My question would be if this is our, and I think it's pertinent, our last session among ourselves, it would seem that we have time or left because we have dates that we can still meet. Would it be impossible to get the sponsor and the stakeholders again, as we have done before? It's tedious, it's long, but we can do it. And we can do it in a timely manner. If anything was controversial, it was 315. And look what happened. Look what we did. And I think we can at least give it an effort to do it again without holding this up again for a year and possibly 18 months. Nobody knows what's going to happen with COVID over the summer. We don't. They can talk all they want, but they've been wrong before. So I think that effort might be worth it, even if it's a one-shot deal, rather than just saying, okay, we're going to put this off for a year and a half and we'll see what happens. I really believe that. And I think retaining is the wrong thing. And I have more faith in this committee than I think a lot of people have, because I know we've come up with very complicated decisions before on much more complicated issues. Was it easy? No. Did we all like everything? No. But we came with a compromise, and I think the sponsor ought to be involved in this with all of us, not just with 10 of us, with all of us, so that we can talk this over realistically and get it through. You can still retain it. In 2 weeks, you could still retain it. Will it end debate on the floor? No, because something else is going to be debated. When I left the session last week, I was so upset that I drove through Lowell, Massachusetts, because we debated something that to me was ridiculous, printing amendments. Let's debate something that's meaningful and means something to people right now, with all the facts on the table and thoroughly gone over. I don't think pushing this off is going to work, or I don't think it's going to be any better in the next year. If we can't do it now, we won't be able to do it next year either. That's my case. And
Plea for compromise. I really appreciate it, Representative Callie Pitts. I wonder if members of this committee would change their mind about this retain motion if they learned that there are members of this committee who will refuse to accept an expansion of net metering, no matter what it looks like. That they believe that net metering is not good public policy. Therefore, they won't move forward with it. If you knew that, would it change your mind about retaining this bill in order to avoid what would turn out to be a floor fight over this bill? That's a question I put to the committee. Does anybody want to answer that question? Representative Oxman.
Yes, and at in danger of repeating myself, I think there's no reason we should be afraid of a floor fight. And that's not how the legislature works. That's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to put forward the best possible policy. And I'm sorry that there are individuals on this committee who have the wrong-headed notion that net metering is somehow not good public policy. It's been used throughout the country for over decades, has made for a substantial expansion of renewable energy and moving us forward into the clean carbon.
Representative Oxenham, I'm going to have to take exception. It's a hard word to get out. To your characterization that someone's opinion about net metering is wrong-headed. I urge you to choose different language.
Oh my goodness, that was so soft. I can't imagine anyone. I will leave the adjective aside. Some people are opposed to net metering as a policy, and I don't know. I believe I might have been muted after I said that. My point was that net metering has been used successfully across the country for decades as a way of advancing us towards the clean energy future we all, I hope, really, don't we all recognize, as DES told us on Friday, this is coming. Electrification is coming. We are removing fossil fuels for our health because it's resulting in premature deaths, because it endangers a stable climate on the planet. We need to be moving forward and not stuck in old ideological ruts. I ask you, we have Manchester with plans to go forward, Lebanon with plans to go forward, Concord, Boscawen, across the state. These are jobs. This is positive action for our constituents. Please let us go forward with this bill.
Representative, all of those projects that you just mentioned can move forward without net metering. Representative Murner is recognized.
Yes, we had this one grande bill last year that almost passed, but we had almost an identical bill to this bill last year, and the representatives who were there motioned to table this bill. They killed it. We had a compromise with the governor, and we didn't have everybody on board in our caucus. We surely don't. We still don't have everybody on board. We had a good bill, and the motion was made by them. And it's funny, their former leader of there called me a couple of weeks ago to talk to me, and he said one of the biggest mistakes we made with net metering last year was tabling the Republican bill last year, and he admitted that was his biggest mistake in the committee last year. So we've already kicked the can down the road a year. Let's get it right. Obviously, there's a lot of questions. I did support the bill last year, and it was tabled, so, in committee. So you can pawn on that all we want, but all of a sudden there's a big urgency now. They're the ones that tabled this bill last year, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we could pass a bill out of this committee, whether it's the one that we're dealing with or an amendment. I think we could pass a bill out of committee. So I think we should give that a chance, vote no on retaining, and let's pass a bill.
Representative Mann, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm old and I'm tired and I'm lazy, but I'm looking forward to doing a lot of work on this bill because I think it's something that'll be very exciting to get done, and I think we'd be proud of ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McWilliams is recognized. Don't forget to unmute.
Muted.
Representative McWilliams, you're still muted. Are you giving me hand signals? You can't figure out how to get on? I really wanted to hear what you had to say, but okay. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I can pick up some of what Rebecca's trying to say. I mentioned when I spoke before that there are 3 pending amendments that have been put in on the bill. And to speak to the history from in the last biennium, there was a bill 1218 that was for raising the full net metering cap. And it was basically similar language to HB 167, which we retained earlier today. So that was the whole enchilada, right? That was up to 5 megawatts. And yes, the folks that were in leadership, us, committees last time, that's what we wanted. So that was the reason that Representative Lang's bill in the last session didn't make it through, is because if that was passed, then there would be no chance that the larger bill would make it. So this time we have an amendment for 2 megawatts, an amendment for 3 megawatts, and an amendment for 5 megawatts. And I think what we need to do, I think what everybody is asking for that's been speaking, and which I agree with, is that we have to have the debate amongst ourselves around what should we do? Because there may be people who will always think we shouldn't do anything, and that's fine, but that's not all of us. And so this idea of compromise that Representative Kelly Pitts brought up, I'm in full agreement with, because we keep going around and around knowing we have to do something. The question is, what are we gonna do? And so we probably need further conversation to figure out which one of the 3 amendments is the right amendment for now. But once we have some consensus around which one we would be willing to put forward, I think we would do a floor fight and let the full House decide. And it is an issue that's been pending a long time. I think for our committee to not come out with anything with all of the history that's gone before. I mean, Representative Lang and I, we co-sponsored that bill 106 because we want something done. And so I really hope that we don't abdicate the responsibility that we have by pushing it to retain, because that just does nothing. And people have been waiting for a long time.
Thank you.
That's all.
Representative. I agree with you that, that we could have a debate about the 3 amendments. I'm not sure that that would change our position on retain, because we can have that debate, retain the bill. And if we retain the bill, we avoid adding to the length of a House session that we'll be having later this month, or early next month. So I'm going to propose a compromise right here. I'm going to propose that we take a lunch break from 12 to 1, and then we return at 1 o'clock and debate the 3 amendments that you mentioned.
Can't.
However, before we do that, I would like to vote on the motion to retain House Bill 106. So that would be my compromise for now. Representative McWilliams, can you speak now? Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chair Bose. My recommendation is if we could get in touch with the Office of Strategic Initiatives, I think it would be really helpful to have someone just weigh in on the governor's stance on 106, which I think would be a good faith effort to coming up with a compromise. I would request that we do that for before we take a vote on retain. So my request is that we take back the retain motion and not vote on that, and instead just treat it like a work session right after lunch and get some feedback. I think that would be probably the fair way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams. Glad you figured out how to get back on. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to retain, which is a motion that's on the floor and has to be dealt with. So, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Pletfos, yes. Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Pojek.
Yes.
Representative White.
Yes.
Representative Somtich.
No.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
No.
Representative Mann.
No.
Representative Hudson.
No.
Representative Vincent,
I feel like I'm being held hostage. No.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative McWilliams,
I protest. This is not in good faith, but I say no.
Representative Creechin,
No.
Representative Pimentel,
No.
Representative Marshall,
No.
and the chairman votes.
Chair votes yes.
11 to 10.
So on a motion, on a vote of 11 to 10, HB 106 is retained. And we can start a discussion of the three amendments proposed for it at 1 o'clock after lunch. So I'll look forward to seeing you all
Hey,
then.
can I ask, I'm confused. If it's being retained, why are we discussing amendments? If it's not moving anywhere.
Representative Creechin, you were not recognized. Representative Callie Pitts, you're recognized.
I think that, I don't understand what what we would go over the amendments for, because there's no point in doing it now because we can't unretain it. But the bill is still in committee, so I don't know if we can change the vote. There's another parliamentary question because it hasn't gone to the clerk yet. So if discussing these amendments is valid, so that if there's a possibility of pulling the bill back and changing the vote, that would be acceptable. But if once we retain it, and because it's still in the House, can we do still in committee, can we do something? It has not been released from committee yet. And I would also like to ask Representative Vos, was I correct in that we are doing nothing for the next 3 weeks? Is that in our committee, but in the committee, are we doing nothing for the next 3 weeks? Is that correct?
Not really.
Okay.
We were told this morning that Senate bills will start coming our way. So we probably will have other sessions before the end of March to deal with Senate bills. I don't know how many there will be. I don't know how involved they will be. But you have to keep in mind, and I realize that because I'm the chair of the committee and Doug Thomas is vice chair, we are dealing with this every day, and you guys, and I understand that. But we have to deal with room availability. We have to deal with the fact that the House only owns 5 Zoom licenses. And so there's a limit to the number of meetings that we can have on a given day. So there are scheduling constraints that we have to deal with that make it difficult for us to just say, okay, let's get together and have a chat. Let's get together as a committee and have a work session. Well,
If I can follow up, I thought we had Mondays and Fridays, which I don't like because I don't like short weekends, but I thought that those were our assigned days and that we could utilize them however the chairman saw fit. That may not be so.
That is correct. That is not so. Monday is our assigned date, and Fridays are occasionally available if another committee doesn't need, that is assigned to Friday doesn't need that day. So we have been allowed to do some Fridays, but it doesn't mean that all Fridays are available.
Can we find out somehow if this bill can be somehow, what you said about it's not going to be changed and nobody's mind is going to be changed and it won't change this year and it probably won't change next year because we'll all be the same people. But if something could still be done to this bill since it has not left the committee yet. So
Yeah.
could we change the retain?
Yes, something could still be done with this bill. If we vote to reconsider the retained motion and overturn the retained motion,
And we
then
can do that.
we could do something with this bill before April 1st, which is our deadline. I'm not sure that a motion to reconsider the retained motion would be successful, but we could try.
Thank you.
What I suggest we do is after 1 o'clock, we all come back and talk about the 3 amendments. And if we can arrive at some kind of consensus about what we could do to try to achieve a compromise, then maybe at that point, a motion to reconsider the retain motion might be in order. If we talk about this for a couple of hours and we determine, hey, there's no compromise we can live with here, then there won't be any point in reconsidering the retain motion. So let's all go have some lunch, maybe have a glass of wine with lunch, come back and be ready to discuss the 3 amendments and see if we can find some kind of way to compromise. So I'll see you all at 1 o'clock, and I thank you for your hard work this morning.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
chance of a Democratic caucus?
Hello? I didn't hear that, Lee.
I just
Lee?
wondered if we could have a Democratic caucus during.
Why
lunch.
not? Why not? We can close out of this and why not? Can't we talk for
See you guys.
15 minutes?
I'll send a Zoom.
Thank you, Kat.
Thanks, Kat.
Thanks, Kat.
What are you playing, Lucius? You should unmute so we can have some music.
I don't know. I've been playing the blues here. I'm not ready for that one. Actually, let's playing Peter, Paul, and Mary. Let's stumble across that. Remember Peter, Paul, and Mary? You're muted.
Hey, that's great, Lucius.
More.
How about Puff the Magic Dragon? We could all use a little.
Now we know what's missing in our committee meetings.
No,
Music.
I don't play drug music anymore.
I was in a band. We used to close our night with White Rabbit. For that one? Oh, he knows it. Exactly. Exactly. Yep.
You don't know this one, do you? Let's see. Can't remember it.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Thank you. Well, it is 1:02, so we can get back together here and have some discussions. We have 3 potential amendments for HB 106 that we could discuss. We could discuss them individually, or we could just discuss, I think they all basically do the same thing. So we could just discuss the concept that they attempt to address. What's your pleasure? Does anybody have a suggestion? Representative Pimentel.
Maybe a straw poll just to find out who's willing to make a vote other than retain. Just a straw poll, nothing that counts for anything other than trying to get the discussion moving.
Well, I personally couldn't make a decision about whether I would reconsider unless we had a compromise position. So we need to see if we can come up with a compromise position first. And talk about whether we would do a straw poll or even, in fact, do a vote to reconsider. Although I see a lot of people missing right now, so I'm not sure. But Representative Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that the easiest way to approach this would be to ask for a straw poll of, is anyone willing to raise the cap higher than 1 megawatt at this point? If we find majority doesn't want to go beyond that, then I think most of these amendments would be kind of moot.
That's a reasonable suggestion. let's do a straw poll to see how many people here would be willing to raise the cap beyond 1 megawatt. Mr. Clerk, could you call the roll of the people in the building or in the, on the call in the meeting? So we can do a straw poll. I'll write down the numbers. You just call the roll. So if you are willing to expand the cap beyond 1 megawatt, you'll say yes. If you're not, you'll say no.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Representative Thomas.
thank you. I just make some preliminary comments beforehand. I agree with you. We don't have enough information right now, nor is there enough time passed right now to make a substantive change. So without more information or more talk or even a little more time, I don't think anyone's position is really going to change this.
Okay. Still in favor of doing a straw poll?
Do if you want.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
I can't hear him.
Who can't you hear?
Representative Thomas. I can hear him, but I can't understand him.
Okay.
I merely stated that not enough time or information has passed for, I believe, an effective straw poll. So if in doubt, or if you don't have more information, for me anyway, I can't make an honest assessment. I would, so when I'm in doubt, I always say no.
Representative Bernardi.
I think there's a distinction on raising the limit on what the source of the power is. I would have a different vote on hydro versus solar or wind.
I agree also.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing Representative Bernard said. I would vote differently depending on what the source is.
Representative Murner.
I agree 100% with Representative Bernardi.
Okay, so the question about raising the cap above 1 megawatt is apparently too simplistic a question. Representative Somcich, it looks like there's a consensus that it would depend on whether it was what the source of the power was.
Well, I wanted to just clarify that my motion was to take a straw poll on raising the net metering 1 megawatt only for municipalities, not for everybody. So that precludes a lot of projects that you can't really do as a municipality. So, but I don't want to get into the details of which areas of net metering should have individual separate caps. I think that is a big discussion, and that's a complicated discussion and not a very fruitful one, I believe.
Okay, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just going to say that I thought, I don't care if we take a straw poll, but I feel like if we don't discuss the amendments, we might not get to any of the understanding that we'd like people to have about what is proposed. If the exception that Representative Bernardi made, saying that solar net metering cap versus hydro give him a different, he has a different position on whether it should be raised, then I think it does warrant a discussion. So I feel like we're back to looking at the 3 amendments that we have in front of us.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw my request for a straw poll in that case.
Okay, thank you. The request for a straw poll is withdrawn. So we're back to, as Representative McGee just pointed out, maybe discussing the concrete proposals that have been made. There were at least 3 amendments that I'm aware of. One I proposed myself. I'm sure I have a copy of it here somewhere. And then I believe Representative Callie Pitts proposed an amendment. And Representative McWilliams, I think, also proposed an amendment.
So shall we start with yours, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mine's, I just found it.
Have it.
My amendment basically just put a cap in there that said up to and including 2 megawatts. And so let's talk about that first. Representative Platt.
It's an improvement over the 5 that was in the bill to begin with, or no limit was in the bill to begin with. But net metering is taking from other ratepayers.
Okay. Further discussion? Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's put this thing to rest once and for all about net metering. If you want to have an authoritative ruling on this, the Public Utilities Commission in 2017 already had a docket order number 26029. On page 69, it states that there is little to no evidence of any significant cost shifting due to net metering. So since that time, no new investigation has been done about this. And one of the 2 reasons that this could be the case is, number one, because there is no shifting of costs whatsoever. And number 2 is because the penetration into the electric market by renewable energy and net metering is so small that whatever change it might result in is not measurable at this time. So right now, there is no evidence that net metering has any cost shifting, okay? That is authoritative from the PUC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Somsich. Representative Platt.
I would just respond that was in 2017 when there was hardly any in existence. Since then, it's grown topsy-turvy. There's no way the PUC would find the same statement today.
Well, Representative Platt's
assumption
point that was in 2017, there has been a substantial increase in projects that have been proposed in Maine because Maine raised its net metering cap to 5 megawatts. And they had so many projects in the queue that they actually had to stop accepting interconnection requests and and then the PUC requested that there be a study done to determine what the effect of all this, I think it was close to 700 megawatts of new, it was more than that. I think it was more like 1,000 megawatts of new solar that was proposed to come online in Maine, what the effect of that was going to be. As far as I know, that study is still ongoing, but there have been a plethora of other studies around the country that have discovered that there is, in fact, a substantial cost shift once you get beyond a certain penetration limit. And so then the question becomes, well, what is that penetration limit, and what should we do about the potential of cost shifting? So I think it's a legitimate question and a legitimate point, and I think it's the reason why a lot of people would be uncomfortable with a cap lift all the way to 5 megawatts. Now, it's true that in this particular case, because it's just the case of a municipal host, there's not going to be a huge new penetration of solar as a result of this bill. But nevertheless, it is an expansion of net metering. And if there's other expansions of net metering that go on, we need to have a better understanding of how that's going to affect non-net metering ratepayers before we proceed. Representative Oxenham is recognized.
Yes, thank you. I was not only an intervener in that proceeding, but I was the one who put in the bill that sent it to the PUC to begin with. Yes, we've had an authoritative ruling as an interim measure from the PUC that there is currently, and we've had very little change in the meager time that has passed since that report came out. In the meantime, Synapse has come out with a study of New England, which demonstrates the far-reaching benefits of having greater clean energy on the grid, how it benefits all ratepayers because it's lowering demand, it's lowering peaks, and it's lowering costs to ratepayers. The notion that we need to be worried about a situation where we have 1,000 megawatts in the queue, it's being managed in Maine. They say, okay, hold up the queue and we'll work through them one at a time. We are in the midst of a transition. It's an unprecedented transition, but it's a necessary transition. And closing our eyes and pretending that we're not in the midst of this transition is doing a severe disservice to ratepayers and to taxpayers. If Manchester and Concord and Lebanon could be proceeding with these plans that are all set to go forward, they could be reducing local property taxes. This is a measure that needs to go through, and it needs to go through with no cap up to FERC's involvement at 5 megawatts. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Kelly Pitts.
Well, I was wondering, how do we know how it affects New Hampshire? I'm not talking about Massachusetts. I'm not talking about Maine. If we don't open the door a little bit in New Hampshire, we tried to compromise. There was a compromise on. We tried to compromise on how much is allowed. 1, 2, 3, 10, whatever. Why don't we say or ask that within 24 months, the PUC open a current, or the PUC open a docket to study.
They have one.
What has been going on recently and what's gone on since, what will go on since we raised the cap, and put a limit. We raise the cap for 2 years until we get a definitive answer from the PUC. There are ways around this, but there are also ways to let municipalities go ahead and proceed with projects that they would like to do. And I'm thinking of the hydro, and I'm thinking of solar, which of course takes up much more land space, or however you do it. We need to come to some sort of a consensus about what we can do, and then how we can oversee what's being done. And that's through the PUC, but maybe we have to, in the initial legislation, ask them to be the overseer and give us a report about what's happening, so we can keep abreast of it. And the electric companies certainly, because they have the information on interconnection requests. So I think it's a doable. I really do. How far you open the door, I don't know. But I think that we need to move ahead on opening the door rather than doing nothing for the next year and then saying, okay, now we have to crack the door a little bit. I think we have to allow some of these projects to go ahead. And what you said this afternoon really disturbed me this morning. It disturbed me that there are people who have their heels dug in and are not willing to listen at all. And I don't know how we can do that unless we get everybody together, not just the committee, everybody, and discuss what we need to do. All the interested parties, include municipalities, and not for a 3-second soundbite, to really work out and discuss what we need to do. I don't know how. It's like a kid. It's like a child. I'm not going to do it, and I'm never going to do it, and I won't do it. Well, when it comes to that point, instead of beating the core out of the child, you talk. Let's talk about this. Why won't you do it? What's your motivation? Why won't you do it? And very often, not always, but very often you'll get, well, I don't know. You just don't want to. Well, but that's not good enough. And you can turn something around with the proper discussion. But if you don't have the discussion, it's not going to turn around.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cretion is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just building on to the previous discussion of the sort of net effects of net metering, I feel like we're concerned about cost shifting onto the ratepayer. From my perspective, what we're doing right now is cost shifting away from potential generation that could be there. We're just sitting here with our thumb on the scale saying, no, you can't produce power here. We're not going to let you compete on this market. We're not going to let you provide extra energy. And everybody that I talked to, when I canvassed 2 years ago when I first got elected, said they want more local energy, they want clean energy. This is like a #1 concern of my constituents. So I'm in agreement with Lee that I think we need to go as far as FERC will let us with this. But if we can compromise, I'm willing to come back a little bit from that. But we clearly need to move on from where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify one thing that you said. You implied that if we don't raise the cap on net metering, that people can't build anything larger than 1 megawatt. Well, that's not true. You can build as large a system as you want today. It has nothing to do with the net metering cap. Fidelity Investments over in Merrimack built a 3.1 megawatt solar farm on their property, and they used the electricity from that farm to offset 20% of the electricity that their campus uses. So there's nothing that prevents a company or an individual or a city or town from building a solar system of 2, 3, 4, even up to 5 megawatts. The only thing that net metering does is it provides some additional revenue to the individual owner of that solar system or that alternative renewable energy system. They earn a little bit more money.
May I follow up? Sorry.
In the case of net metering, they earn a lot more money. Yes, you may follow up.
But so that power just goes back for free into the grid, correct? If there's not net metering?
Depends. If you want to put power back on the grid and you contact the utility and ask the utility to give you a credit for it, they probably will. But the credit they'll offer you is probably closer to the wholesale price than the prices that the net metering statute currently offers for those net metering credits. Another thing that I would point out with regard to a comment that Jackie Kelly-Fitz made, there is an ongoing docket at the PUC about the net metering tariff. It's been open since 2016.
Yeah.
It's been open for a long time. And they have started a bunch of different mini studies to help them arrive at an overall decision on what the proper net metering tariff should be. And those studies are still ongoing, and until they're completed, they won't come up with a final and definitive decision about what net metering should be. All right, who's next? It looks like it might be Representative Pimentel. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Beresny.
Yeah, I have a question. Why can't renewable energy compete at wholesale levels? And what would be, so there's incentives now for people to set up renewable energy. And then that removes the incentive to try and make it more efficient so that it can compete at wholesale levels. What would be the incentive for it to be more efficient if you don't have to and you still make money? That's my question.
Anybody want to take a stab at that? Representation?
I mean, might we make it give it an expiration date then, if that's our concern, is that people aren't working toward it. I mean, I think you're always going to be working towards making it better and more profitable, regardless. But if that's a concern, I'd be open to working on that.
I already had a hand up, but my thought on the wholesale idea in terms of value is that, that is a crucial question that the Public Utilities Commission and the folks who price energy are trying to figure out, which is what is the accurate value for this additional energy that can be supplied near the source. It does have a value though. And so the idea of saying, well, we don't want to open up and allow net metering because we're afraid that somebody's gonna, make money they shouldn't. But if they're producing energy that can be used, then it does have a value. And I think this committee is woefully ill prepared to decide what that value is. There are other people that are doing that piece of the work, but to say that there is no legitimate value, or that, I think that's part of the problem here, is we can't figure out whether it's 1, 2, 3, 5, because we are concerned about the value and we haven't figured out a good way to talk amongst ourselves about it. I think there's enough evidence out there that there's significant value to having local sustainable energy. And I know in my town, we've made a bunch of investments, and we would certainly see a reduction in local property taxes if we were able to recover the renewable energy credits between the 1 megawatt that we're capped at now and the 4 or 5, wherever it is that all of our plant together would come to. If we were able to take each of the 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt installations that we have and net meter them, then that would just bring the cost down for everybody, because it would go off of the municipal electricity bill that all of us contribute to. So there's a lot of different ways to look at the money piece of this. We haven't had any of those discussions. So right now people just think what they think. We didn't bother to get answers to those questions, which is something we could do if we had had more work groups on that. But I think to just dismiss it out of hand and say, well, renewables different, so it doesn't, shouldn't be default, should be wholesale. Why isn't it wholesale? Wholesale prices are lower because the people who generated wholesale generate a lot, right? So if you're under 5 megawatts, you don't qualify for wholesale. That's why, that's an answer. But there's other answers too, because it's complicated. So I would say there is a value to this energy, and us not even getting into the place where we're able to look at it and have data from it in our own state prevents us from being able to have the analysis that we need to say how much is the right penetration point where we would cut it off, because we're just nowhere near that. We haven't run any experiment yet or a pilot.
Follow up, Representative Brezhnev.
Yes, thank you, Representative McGee, for your response.
Thanks.
You mentioned that this committee can't, doesn't have the resources to determine the appropriate value. I would argue that no committee can determine the appropriate value, that we are not a command economy, and that the free market should determine the value and pay more or not on their own. Thank you.
Can I just, I have no problem with the free market being involved, but the fact is there's a very sophisticated tariff system because there are so many different variables that are being taken into consideration when pricing happens in the energy market. So what I'm saying is we don't have expertise in setting those pricings on this committee. I think our committee has the responsibility and the capability and the wherewithal to get that information and to get more answers if we ask the right questions. I don't think we've been given the time to do that.
Don't you think, Representative McGee, and I don't want an answer from you, but don't you think it's reasonable for this committee to make a judgment that it is not good policy for one set of ratepayers to have to subsidize another set of ratepayers? And I think that's what's at the base of this question. Representative was
20
recognized.
years ago, we established the New England States a wholesale electricity market. NEPO stated it's running the system to a new entity called ISO New England, and ISO New England reports to NEPO. But ISO New England's been trying to do that, but ever since we did that, set up a wholesale market, we've been undermining. We've been undermining it by net metering and by subsidies here and subsidies there, RECs and SRECs and all these subsidies, undermining the market. And part of the reason electricity is so cheap now is because the market's being undercut. And we're having this stuff come up. It's not controlled by ISO New England at all. It's sold as a price taker and gets subsidized. And the market's not going to last this way. It's going to fall apart.
Representative Oxenham, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. As the chair mentioned, the PUC's proceeding on this issue is ongoing. We are about to get the RFP has been put out for a value of solar study here in New Hampshire. We should be allowing that proceeding to go forward, but certainly recognizing at the moment there is no unsubsidized energy market. Billions of dollars in subsidies of oil and gas have been going on for decades. Renewable energy has been incentivized. We have a very complex market, and that's why we have experts who do the rate setting. Our job is to do policy setting, not to get down into the nitty gritty of the wholesale market and which parts are in there. But we do have a very recent study put out which looks at the value of solar in our regional market and tells us at a minimum it's worth 12 cents per kilowatt hour, whereas the wholesale rate is at 2.5 or 3 cents per kilowatt hour. This is a number that is in line with the PUC's finding of no significant cost shifting. This is a number we can work with, and many of our towns and cities are prepared to go forward with in a way that can help ratepayers and help taxpayers. We need to be assisting those municipalities and our ratepayers and taxpayers in moving ahead. We have sufficient information and we're going to get more. Thank you.
Thank you. I think most economists would tell you that something is worth what people are willing to pay for it. And I
We
think
have monopoly, I'm sorry.
what we're debating here is what we think people will be willing to pay for. Representative Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, this is not a free market as far as energy. It's a regulated market. So, we have the PUC and to determine those rates. But also I wanted to bring up the fact that what we're talking about is a very limited bill, which is dealing with municipalities and county government. And I suppose I have no idea if state government would be included in this or not. I probably, but at any rate, you're talking about cost shifting from ratepayers. And if you were talking about municipality and county government, we are all citizens of our own towns, our own counties. And so if there is any rate shifting here, it's shifting it from us to us. So as a pilot project, and that's what this is really, as a pilot project, it's a pretty safe one. And I think it's worth opening the doors a little bit and let's seeing what will happen in the market when we do that. This is a risk well worth taking. It's going to increase our renewable portfolio, which is a good thing for everybody. And I don't know, that's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd react to that by saying it's not just a transfer from us to us. It's a transfer from the taxpayers of one town to the ratepayers of all other towns. Representative Cretion, you're recognized.
Sorry, I think my hand was held up in error.
Did you change your mind?
I think it was just up from previously. I apologize.
Representative Callie Pitts.
Well, if the discussion as was proposed before was about subsidies, we subsidize everything in every way. Then the state shouldn't be paying anything. We subsidize companies to come in through different benefits, and we subsidize schools because local towns just can't do it right. So if we call it a subsidy, we want to call it assistance, we want to call it help, we want to give it a different name. This is not a subsidy. We are trying, nobody is getting rich on this. Nobody. Towns and municipalities are not going to risk the money from their citizens because they all want to get reelected. So they're going to have to come up with a pretty concrete plan of what this is going to do and how it's going to do it. And I think that, stopping them from making that decision is totally unconscionable. We have to allow something. And the fact that a docket has been open in the PUC since 2017 is also unconscionable. Who's subsidizing the PUC? Every single one of us, because it's funded by the electric companies. So 5 years to study something, if you had in private sector, 5 years to study something, by the time you finish studying, it's out of date, you got to study it again. I think that we need to get moving, and then we need to get some concrete evidence about what is the effect on New Hampshire. We don't even know if the town of Lebanon will go through with something once it hears all the parameters. We don't know. So I think we really have to look at that and allow concrete evidence to come in. Nobody wants their electric rate to go up. Nobody. And we don't want to cut out the people. This will help the people who can't put up solar arrays, who don't have a river running in their backyard that they can tap. We're not helping just the cities, the big cities and towns, we're helping the people in those cities and towns. And I think that's what we have forgotten. We can put all kinds of limits on this stuff, but we need to help the people right now. And we need to help them with jobs and getting out of a jam. So I don't know why we want to call it subsidizing. If somebody could get rich doing it, you better believe, or I better believe, that it would have been done and been done on its own a long time ago. That's all.
Thank you, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to piggyback on the idea of the portfolio, because I think that's another consideration that we haven't really talked about as a committee. I know when I started paying attention to New Hampshire Energy, it was a big concept that portfolio diversity was something that the policymakers at the state level and in the then Office of Energy Planning were very concerned with the fact that we didn't want to have a monopoly of any one particular fuel type, that we wanted to make sure that we maintained diversity and basically managed the pieces of the portfolio. So if you wanted to clean up, the power plants, which we have done, right? The coal and oil plants have been really minimized and translated over to gas in some cases. But basically the idea is that that was one way that people who were doing policy could look at what the makeup was in New Hampshire and decide what changes they were going to make. The renewable portion of the portfolio has been maintained at under 1%. It's very minuscule. And we have been fighting ourselves for quite a while trying to figure out how we broaden that so that we can give that competition, maintain diversity, and also increase the sectors that contribute to clean power. And so there's a number of drivers for it that provide it with value to the state that is not just whatever's being paid to people to credit them for the value of the energy that they're producing. But you can't get something for nothing, right? And so the idea that, well, they can invest in it even if they don't get anything back for it, that's true.
but most people will invest based on the return of investment. And a lot of people have been dissuaded from investing in clean energy for themselves or in their towns because of this very thing, because we're not making it an economic decision that works for people. And so my argument would be that because we're not looking at the things that many of the people who come and testify before us, they give us these examples. They give us concrete evidence of the benefits that there will be to towns, to states, and to local property taxes, which to me, that's a really big charge no matter what party you are. That's one of the reasons that we're trying to get more support for renewable, local, sustainable energy, is because it's the only mechanism that we have at our disposal, I think, to actually help lower what people are paying. And so that would be my argument, is that we're not giving enough. There's a reason why people are trying to do renewables. There's a reason behind all of it. And just trying to hold back that dam of all the people that are all the pent up projects, it is doing a disservice. It is doing a disservice. It's us standing in the way of an economic, I don't want to say boom, because I don't think it would be that much, but there's certainly a lot of pent up demand. And I haven't heard any arguments that are adequate to holding back that demand. I think that we work for the people. And to Jackie's point, the people have been asking us for this for years because they're trying to get on with what they're doing in order to lower their expenses at the town level. And we can help them or we can hurt them. And right now we're not doing anything to help. So should we get back to the bills, like to the amount, I mean, the amendments, the levels of the amendments? Can we bring the talk back to why 1, why 2, why 3, why 5? Because there have to be reasons. Peter?
To do that, I was glad to hear you echo the comments of the mayor of Lebanon last year that everybody wants solar, but nobody wants to pay for it.
Did I say that? I don't remember saying that.
This discussion, but yes, we can get back to discussing a specific bill or a specific amendment.
Sure.
Representative Platt?
Yes. At the risk of sounding childish in some people's views, I just don't think that increasing subsidies is a good thing. And so we're wasting our time here discussing megawatt levels. I don't want metering at all. I just think it's a ratepayer ripoff to subsidize certain entities over other entities, period.
Okay. Representative Somcich, you wanted to chime in?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I noticed you very cleverly said, let's discuss your amendment first, but I'd like to see you make a case for your amendment.
Okay, I'll do that as soon as I hear from Representative Grecian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back a bit to Lee's point about the fact that we subsidize literally everything, I feel, thinking about in the future all the cleanup that we are going to need to do over fossil fuels, all of the investment that we have to make in doing these things, taking care of these externalities, what is that if not continuing to subsidize, through government investment and through all these things that we need to do and through diminished quality of life for our kids, subsidizing a very small number of people who are investing in this thing. So I think just looking at this one policy in isolation, we really need to see the bigger picture of where we need to move to and stop subsidizing things that we're going to have to pay for even more down the line. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So Representative Somcich, to follow up on your request that I justify my amendment, as you'll recall, or maybe you weren't here, I don't remember. When I introduced this amendment, I introduced it as a way to stimulate discussion to see if there was any way we could come to some kind of a compromise on this issue. And I put together this amendment just as a way to generate that discussion. I was particularly interested at the time in determining whether or not we could do something that wouldn't generate a significant floor debate. And it became clear to me after our discussion, was it last Friday? I think it was last Friday, that that wasn't going to happen. So that was why this morning I didn't reintroduce this amendment, because it had, in my judgment, done what I set out to achieve, which is to discover if there was any possibility of a way we could arrive at some kind of consensus. And last Friday, there was no consensus. And so to me, that meant that we weren't going to get anywhere with this amendment. So that was justification for submitting this amendment.
Well, you certainly have stimulated discussion. That succeeded.
That is true. We have stimulated the discussion.
Well, so then we should move on to the other amendments that are out there.
Sure. I'm happy to discuss the other amendments. Let's see. One was from Representative Callie Pitts. Representative Callie Pitts, you want to discuss your amendment?
Yeah, being very, very, very discouraged about not wanting to talk and not wanting to compromise and going from 1, 2, 3. I think I made the comment to Representative McGee, did we take a dartboard and decide what it should be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, whatever. And I thought, well, let me do some simple first grade math. Take 5, divide it in half and round up and come out with 3. And I don't think that that's a overly exaggerated amount. I think that's an amount that is workable. I think that's an amount that is probably workable for Nashua so that they can get some use out of their Newsom Falls. I think that we need to really open up the discussion. I don't think any one of us, including those of us who supported 5 in the past or whatever, know what is a proper number. We just know we don't want it to run amok. We don't want it to get out of hand, and we want the PUC to oversee it. And I think that just simply changing the megawatts so that we actually get a project that may be meaningful, that we could really study and see what the effects are. And that was my motivation. And that's all. Nothing sinister, nothing in the background, but I think that's where I wanted to go with it.
Okay, thank you. I received an email from Clean Energy Ventures Madeline Monroe on the amendment that I submitted last Friday on HB 106. And she was concerned that the 2 megawatt limit would exclude small hydro projects that are currently between 2 and 5 megawatts.
Right.
That was a concern she had. She also was concerned about a couple of solar projects that were less than or greater than 2 megawatts, like Concord, Gary, Manchester, Keene, Dover, Franklin, and Salem, just to name a few. And had another concern. She had a concern about making it within a municipality. That makes it too restrictive. So those were concerns that she had. She also pointed out that there is a similar Senate bill, SB 109. So she said, at this point, we would prefer that HB 106 be retained rather than passed with the proposed 2 megawatt cap amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought I would pass along those concerns that she had to add to the discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that brings a good point to the amendment that we're looking at now from Representative Callie Pitts, which is that 3 would be more acceptable than 2 because there are existing facilities who would be barred from net metering based on their status of being over 2. And I very poorly tried to describe that in our work session and didn't get it out there. But I guess if your production capacity is above the 2 meter cap, then you're not able to net meter for a percentage of what you generate. So it has to be, the net metering cap has to be above your generation capability. So it is good that Clean Energy New Hampshire at least has the details of the landscape that they can provide you or provide us to let us know that there are actual facilities out there that are going to be affected by this. And that would be an argument to say, this is a pilot, right? If it's municipalities, not everybody, it's not opening up net metering for everybody who wants it. It's just municipalities who have it already invested, basically. I mean, there may be some that decide to invest or have projects pending that they would like to invest in, but it's gonna increase the margin of their return on investment and allow them to give immediate savings back to their ratepayers because it's going to lower the cost of the energy that they use to run their buildings, their municipal buildings and schools or whatever's part of their facility. So that's my understanding and my reason for supporting the idea of getting something through this year. I think it would be a huge improvement that many people would give us credit for. And my understanding is, I mean, HB 106 was 1402 last time. It was a bill that the governor asked for at up to 5. So us putting it through, I think the House, there are people in the House who won't want net metering no matter what, just like there's people on the committee that just feel that way. But I think the House also looks to us to give them, the reasoning of whether it's good or not and why. And I think we can make the argument that a 3 megawatt cap is extremely reasonable. And also this is a very limited bill to Representative Pimentel's original point, which is that it's not opening up net metering for anybody that wants it. It's just saying municipalities that are investing here, you can save money now. And that's what they want to do. And that's what we should be trying to help them to do. I'm sure my town would be thrilled if they could save some more money and show people that the investments that their energy committee incited them to make are actually going to pay off some more for all of us. So that's how I look at it. And
you raised an interesting point, Representative Mahou.
Thank you.
That point being municipalities are interested in saving money.
Mm-hmm.
My question would be, what is holding them back? Because if they built a 3 megawatt solar system, then that's 3 megawatts of electricity they don't have to buy from their utility. So that would save money. My guess is that what holds them back is the acquisition costs of buying one of these systems. So would you be open, do you think many people would be open to the idea of a cap in the bill that says that once your acquisition costs are capitalized, once you've bought your solar system, then your net metering, you would no longer be allowed to net meter your excess energy.
Well, wouldn't you still be contributing
So now you just enjoy
energy?
Yeah, doing it at a wholesale rate.
You just enjoy the fact that you don't have to buy the electricity anymore, but you've paid for your system.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying once your return on investment is recaptured, then maybe you shouldn't be getting any credit anymore, but you would still be delivering energy that would lower the load for everybody and lower the amount of fuels from outside the state that would need to be imported. So if more municipalities were producing energy that's locally sourced and creating local jobs and blah, 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 it would lower overall costs because the amount of fuel that would need to be imported would go down. Like the
Oh.
costs overall would, because once you've made that investment, you don't have future investments for another 20, 25 years. So it would be a savings once you've made that recoup. So, I mean, it's something that could be looked at, but I don't think we're prepared to put that in this bill. Like, I don't think we understand the implications of having a cap that says, you know, you no longer can make money for the energy that you're producing once you've made back the investment that you paid out to put it in place. Because I know in the case of my town already made their investments. So I don't know how far along they are on the continuum of recouping the investments that they made, but I know that they are concerned that they don't have the ability to net meter to a sufficient level that they can lower the costs where they thought they would be able to, because they understand that generating that electricity actually has a value that they should be able to recover.
Well, most towns, if they put in a 3-megawatt solar facility, it would cost $3 million to build the facility. And I don't think most towns could afford to pay for that without bonding over 20 or maybe even 30 years. So acquisition costs for such a system would be dragged out or spread out over a fairly long period of time. The other issue is you put up a 3-megawatt solar system, you're going to need at least 15, maybe 20 acres of land. And then you have to go through the planning, the siting process. And as a member of a planning board in my town, I know that siting a development of any kind is very, very difficult. There's lots of zoning regulatory barriers that you have to hurdle. And then you have abutter issues, and they can be very, so acquisition of a project like that can be very, very involved. And
yeah, I agree. I'm on the zoning board in my town, and I understand that all of those issues play in. But I think we have examples, and Madeline tried to give you some of them, that people are already investing and trying to move forward. So it's a question of whether we are helping them or hindering them. That's we're the only ones that can help in terms of giving them a stable environment in terms of the policy that they can understand. If we keep, changing it and throwing it up in the air, it's really hard for them to understand what they should be doing. They think they're doing what they should be doing, but they're waiting for signals from us as well. I think that's how I look at it from the people I've talked
all right,
about
at the
it.
risk of you and I getting into a long debate
Yeah.
offline, I'm going to ask Representative McWilliams to weigh in with her opinion. Try to unmute if you can.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Excellent. I want to point out that I represent the west side of Concord, and the city of Concord has committed to by 2030 reducing our electric supply to non-carbon sources, which means the city is looking right now to put in a very large solar array. They have the land, they're ready to go. But this bill would make a huge amount of difference in terms of incentivizing the municipality to do it. And yes, I've heard you say many times that they could do it without this bill, and they may just do that. But when we look at what our role is as state representatives to support our municipalities and our elected role to help them, not hinder them, I would say that that is the #1 goal of this bill, is to help our municipalities, to enable them to become free. This is a freedom issue where they can produce their own electricity to offset their own costs. And it's not about more for them, less for someone else. It's about reducing costs for individual municipalities so they can spend the money elsewhere. So yes, the PUC is still working on coming up with a number for what is appropriate for our economy in New Hampshire for a number of net metering, whether it's 5 or 3 or some other number. But at this point, we've been debating this for over 4 years, and I think we all know that we're not going to come to a perfect consensus. We need to come to something that can work. So I am happy to put the time in to come up with something that can work. I don't want this to just be a one-sided, this is how it's going to be. I think there is a compromise and a middle path. I also wanted to note that I did call the Office of Strategic Initiatives and requested that the director join us. I don't see anyone in the guest list who's identified themselves as a member of OSI, so that's a little disappointing, but certainly I would like to hear from OSI to understand where we can find a middle path to move forward, because I have the City of Concord counting on me to do everything I can do to help my municipality. And I'm not the only person who was elected to help their municipality find a way to save money. I think we're in a really difficult position where following the pandemic, municipalities are scrambling to come up with revenue streams and sources of money. We're really in a tough spot where we're feeling the pinch financially. And this is the sort of bill that can really help a lot of cities and towns across the state. So I'll leave it there, but I really think we need to look at this from a global perspective. And I do think there is a middle road here.
Thank you. Representative Vincent, you look like you have a bad case of cabin fever and need to vent a little bit.
Well, you've known me from the past. I'm kind of like, I like to move around a lot. I don't like to let the grass grow or moss grow underneath my feet. However, I just wanted to comment that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to comment about taking up plots of land for solar. If you have multiplex buildings that are owned by municipalities, they're doing rooftops also. And they're also doing like a pod that rotates with the sun. There's a lot of new things that are coming out every single day. And Representative McGee touched on some things. I'll just leave it at that. I just feel that, I don't know, I feel that we should really think about this. This affects a lot of people on both sides. It really does. And thank you for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Representative Murner is recognized.
Yes, I've been on board with group member metering, but I had a lot of eyes opened up a lot last year, right after that bill. We had 70 proposed 5 megawatt projects in the state of New Hampshire, most on landfills, whether it was dairy, Northumberland, Whitefield, just my district alone. And these companies are in here to make money at the end of the day, because I'm in the construction trades. I represented them. And they ran hard. Unless we gave them that money, they weren't going to do it. And no matter what, it's going to be sold at the retail rate. Once you give somebody that money, the town's going to say, oh, what Chairman Vose brought up is absolutely awesome, an acquisition, let it die. But these towns are going to say, no, we need the money, we need the revenue. And ultimately, to Fred Plett's point, the ratepayers are going to pay it. And it's a retail price. I know I buy my electricity independently, right at 7.7 cents I get right now. Versus 18 cents. So, we got to, once you open up Pandora's box, we have to think about this. So there's a lot that goes into this, a lot more. And dealing with these companies, because I am the head of economic development for a while in Coos County, there is. When these companies just ran, when we voted down the bills last year, they had a 20,000 panel unit the guy was ready to roll out in Northumberland, he just left. So no matter how we slice it at the end of the day, and no town can afford this to start out, to the chairman's point. So, basically, we're going to subsidize these companies to build them. They make money. I have one company from Nebraska, another one from Connecticut, that have been looking at all these projects. Manchester, Derry, the ones that I was involved with. So there is. It sounds great. And believe me, I agree. It sounds great, clean energy and all that. But 20,000 panels, that's the average one of these projects. So we got to think about it, because once we start the subsidy, we can't go back. You're going to say, oh, it's a pilot program. Well, they're going to say, well, my town just invested $1 million. We can't stop it. It's just like these thermals that I don't want ended. But we have many projects that I wrote grants on for thermals. They're into these projects now. So what's the number one argument we've had on 213 was that we had all these people have all this money invested in it. We can't take them back. And I agree with that. So if we give them these now at these rates, we can't take them back. And that's all I got to say.
Good points. Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a Mark Sanborn in the participants with his hand up. We're hoping he's from OSI, but I don't know.
Mr. Sanborn, you are recognized to introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, all. My name is Mark Sanborn. I'm the new energy advisor in the office of OSI. So I just wanted the representatives to know we are following the hearing and we are listening in. I can tell you that as of right now, we will not be weighing in on either this bill or any of the other bills currently in committee in either chamber. As already noted, there's a bill in the Senate that is has been offered. And so we're going to hold judgment on any of the bills until there's final passage, they come out of committee, and we see what the legislature is moving forward with. So we're following, we're listening, we're taking notes, but we won't be weighing in until something actually passes.
Thank you. I appreciate you introducing yourself, and congratulations on your new role at OSI. I assume that you will be transferring soon to the newly created Department of Energy. So,
thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kelly Pitts.
Well, I have a couple, and seeing that, I don't know if Mr. Sanborn is still on, but I wonder if he's not weighing in. Does he have any pertinent information that the committee should have? That's a possibility. You can give information and facts without weighing in on a bill. And so, you know.
Do you want to comment on that request?
No, I mean, I don't think our office has any additional information. You know, at this point, I know this has been debated heavily in the last couple sessions, even though that was before I arrived in this position. And so, no, we have no information to add. We'll wait to see what you guys, what the legislature moves forward with before deciding if it's within the governor's policy agenda or not.
Okay, I'd like to just follow up with Chairman Vos. What Chairman Vos's proposal? May I?
Yes.
Chairman Vos? As I suspected, this would then hold this up for quite a while, and that's what we're doing. We're holding this bill up, whatever we do with it. It's going to get held up because it's going to get held up whether we want to do it or whether we don't want to do it or whether the governor likes it or the governor likes it. To your point, Chairman Vos, about putting a time limit on it, I think if we did that, I wouldn't be objecting to say once you've recouped your capital fees and you're not paying anything, which will take, I would think, 20 to 30 years, and you go into that project with your eyes wide open and knowing that that's going to be the case, I wouldn't see a problem with that. We have done that with electric companies, matter of fact, and they're done by the PUC, but we have a certain little hitch on there that's called stranded costs, which means they're not going to be on the hook for anything. Well, we're not offering these people stranded costs. We're offering them to recoup their capital costs, and then that's the end of it. And that, to me, is not unreasonable. So I myself would not think that if something like that could move this bill along, it wouldn't be harmful, as long as the parties know what the agreement is going into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGee.
I hate to say it, but it might actually be preferable because it would be, at least if other, future legislatures didn't throw it up and down, it would be really helpful for people who are doing planning to understand what the deal is and what, that they would receive some incentive to be able to switch their chemical plant over so that they had some local sustainable energy. I know I got information from my energy committee with some of the bills that we had this time. I asked them what we had saved as a result of the investments that we've made in the conversions that we've made over time and the panels on our schools and that sort of thing. And it's over $100,000 a year. I mean, we're saving a lot of money because of these investments. So to your point that there are towns that don't have the money to invest, that is true. But if you have net metering, more municipalities will consider the idea of lowering their overall costs by making some investments, and they can make them over time. But if they understand that the state will help them with those upfront costs and recouping their capital investment, I think that sounds like a very reasonable policy to me. So I just think we should do something on it, because the idea that nothing needs to be done is, it just really feels like we're avoiding our responsibility. Sorry, more editorializing. I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
Representative Kelly Pitts, you still have your hand up?
Oh, okay. I forgot to put it down. My brain is getting addled.
Okay, Representative McWilliams, are you still here? No, it looks like she left.
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Would you like to discuss your amendment? Give us your rationale for your amendment.
I think my amendment is the long shot because it's the 5 megawatts instead of the 3 that we were talking about as a compromise. So the changes between the original bill and my amendment are simply keeping the 5 megawatt and also allowing communities to share across borders, so it's not just limited to one municipality. Those are the 2 big things that I think would make a difference if we were serious about moving forward with the big number. But from the discussion I've heard thus far, it sounds as though 5 megawatts is probably far outside the realm of reasonable compromise. And so I don't believe that this is a realistic amendment. And I'm going to say it's simply here for discussion. It's probably not the one we've moved forward with, but here we are.
Can you say more about the other piece, though? About
Allowing
municipalities? Yeah, because I think that's an important piece that the others don't have. The other amendments don't have.
It up, so I'm looking at the same thing as everyone else. Okay. So political subdivision, I think the definition is the same here. Yeah, it allows, I think it's allowing county. So a municipal host could be owned by either public or private entity. I'm looking at lines 19 through 24 on the amendment. So this allows, here we go. If the facility began operation after January 1, 2020, a municipal host shall be located in the same municipality as all group members or serve group members located in contiguous municipalities. So an example here would be if where we're looking at some solar in my community of Concord, it's right on the Concord-Bow line. So there is some potential for Concord and Bow to do sharing if they determine that it made sense. So this would allow that because they're contiguous, right? They're touching one another. So that opens up, I think, more potential for sharing resources. And I think that's probably more reasonable from a long-term perspective because you may have small towns that have the ability to share between 2 towns for a hydro facility, but a single hydro may be too much for just the one town that it's located in.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams. I have a question for you about that. He has a fairly extensive experience with towns trying to share schools. And sometimes it works, but in a lot of cases, there's controversy and there's ugly breakups when towns decide that they can no longer work together on a single school. Do you fear the same thing could happen with these municipal host groups if they were shared amongst towns?
That's a great question, Chair Bowes. I'm glad you bring that up. The interesting thing is we do have a history of breakups, right? In the state of New Hampshire, we've had towns come together for schools and then break up over it and determine how to allocate funds after the fact. So we have some precedent for divorce. Certainly, I wouldn't want that to happen, but it's a potential that it could happen. And we have precedent to look to and make similar decisions following an energy breakup between two or more municipalities that may have been pooling resources. I think that there was a really good discussion a little bit earlier about bonding a project and how that would look, how the paperwork would be structured for coming up with financing to actually do the initial install. So I would say you would probably look to the paperwork on the bonding to determine who's on the hook and at what percentages. And that's how it would be handled, just like a divorce if we're looking at dividing assets between spouses when they divorce. It's the same situation where we look to the contract and look to what was agreed upon, look to who was contributing what and who was taking what from the relationship in order to do an amicable divorce. So I don't see this as being new or novel. We certainly have precedent for breakups, but in the same hand, I think that there are projects here in New Hampshire that could not possibly happen without contributing municipalities, having multiple towns come together in order to do it. And we've seen that with education.
Thank you for that explanation. You may recall that we spent quite a bit of time in the HB 315 amendment specifying what would happen if someone opted out of an aggregation and went back to default service, or was on default service and wanted to opt into the aggregation, and who was responsible for what. So it can be complicated and require a significant amount of rulemaking in order to make it happen. Representative McGee can comment on this possibly. When I lived in Hollis, I lived there for 15 years, and it seemed like every town meeting, there was something on the warrant that had to do with a disagreement between Hollis and Brookline over the allocation of costs for their combined.
I just want you to know that I actually am sponsoring and speaking on a bill in front of education tomorrow on apportionment. So it has not changed. I can tell you that. Has not changed.
Same, isn't it? Okay. All right. Who else wants to speak on Representative McWilliams' version of the amendment? Anybody? Anybody have anything further to say on this subject? I think we've explored it quite thoroughly in the hour and 15 minutes we've been discussing it.
Oh,
Sure, we.
one more thing.
This,
I'll raise my hand.
Chair, there's a hand.
You have something else you'd like to add? Oh, Representative Bernardi actually has something he'd like to say.
Yes, just to go back to where I started, beginning with the straw poll. With respect to hydropower, I think because these are existing infrastructure, been there a long time, there's some potential for municipalities to take advantage of those, and it's a small defined amount of installments that would be eligible for that. I could agree to expand net metering for those kinds of facilities, but for solar or wind power, I think the 1 megawatt limit is perfectly legitimate, and I refer to what Representative Werner said. What we're going to be doing is passing costs on to ratepayers in a undefined exploding rate, and I'm not signing up for that kind of situation.
Okay, thank you. Now, Representative McGee, you have something else to add?
Yeah, I think it might be moot at this point, but I guess my only parting thought would be if we have any consensus around what it is we were trying to accomplish with this bill, because this bill keeps coming back again and again and again. I understand Representative Brezhny thinks hydro is the only legitimate, recipient of net metering, but that's not what that's not what the bill is, right? The bill is broader than that, but it is just municipalities. So are we trying to do a pilot? Are we trying to solve something for municipalities? Are we, I wish we just knew what our objective was, because without understanding what it is we may or may not be trying to solve, we're really just all making individual points that don't really lead to anything. And it's a concern of mine, because I thought we had heard enough bills even in the last, we've been hearing them for a long time, all trying to do the same thing. This one is more limited than most, but it's not just hydro, because that's not what people are asking us for. So I just wonder if we're ever going to have any discussion as a committee about what goals we have around net metering, if there are any goals that we're trying to achieve around net metering.
Oh, none at all.
Well, that's an interesting question. Representative Flett?
Yeah, how about none at all?
Okay. There's one option. Representative Callie Pitts?
You're on mute.
I know that Representative McGee is goal-oriented because that's what businesses do. And very often they take their goals and throw them in the toilet. But I think that what we're trying to do here is encourage alternative sources of power and utilize the resources, some of which we have and some of which we need to take advantage of, such as hydro that we're not taking full advantage of, such as the sun, which God has given us. I think we have to, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to encourage that use. And we're trying to give incentives, which are given every day in every way to everybody. Even the federal government now has given us incentives, and, we have to do something to help New Hampshire recover, and bringing down electric rates is one of them. And I think that this can bring down electric rates. And I think that, Representative Vos had a very good idea. I think that there are other ideas here that, maybe contiguous communities can go into it with each other, even if they fist fight a little bit. I think that we need to do that, and to say nearly just blanketly, we don't subsidize anything, is totally a false statement. I can't name one area of life that is not subsidized in this state in one way or another. We just voted, I do believe, to exempt municipalities from paying certain fees. Well, what's that if it's not a subsidy to a municipality? Because if those fees aren't paid, they got to be collected someplace else. So I think we need to really look at what we're doing. We can put a time limit on it. We can put the cap on it. We can order a review. We can tell the PUC, review it, not for 20 years, but give us a report and a review in 24 months. We can do all those things. But if we're just plain not willing to entertain the idea of net metering, I wonder if somebody's going to put a bill in to remove net metering from the individuals who have it now. It's just as backwards. So I think we need to move forwards and we need more discussion on it. I think there's some very good ideas. I think that perhaps a new amendment could be crafted. But if the whole enchilada is we just don't want a period, plain simple, end it. And end it for everybody. End it for everybody. But nobody will do that, because that will hurt everybody's constituents, and everybody's constituent will rise up. If you really believe it's a subsidy, do you believe that I should subsidize my neighbor because they have a solar panel? End it. Just end it. But that won't happen. So let's move forward with the system we already have in place and help municipalities and everybody in that municipality to advantage and be helped by lower rates. And probably it's not going to happen, but I would love to see us get another amendment crafted and get some of the stakeholders involved here. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Somcich?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the goals of our committee, I believe, should really be to try to have energy independence for our state. And that starts with looking at the sources of energy that we can generate in our own state and trying to keep a diverse energy mix that helps us locally. And incidentally, if we do nothing, if we decide we're going to pass on all these efforts, whether it's energy efficiency, renewable energy, net metering, all this stuff, don't think for 1 minute that that's going to push down electric rates for ratepayers in the state. It is going to do the opposite. Everyone around us is pushing down their demand. Therefore, our transmission costs will be going up every year, and your constituents' bills for electricity will be going up every year. So if you do nothing, you are actually pushing up electric bills for everybody in this state. That is the option. And we can say we don't like this or that, but that is going to be the result of inaction.
Representative Somsich, you raise an interesting point. Massachusetts, our next door neighbor, has spent far more than we have on renewable energy, on energy efficiency, and yet Massachusetts has higher electric rates than even California.
20%.
So how do you think, what makes you think that greater investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency are actually going to lower costs when that hasn't been the case in Massachusetts?
Well, Mr. Chairman, first of all, you and I both know that, as many people have expressed, we are in a transition. We're in a transition from fossil fuel dependency into a new era, which hasn't fully arrived yet. And many states are betting that new energy sources, the renewable energy sources, are going to be the future. That requires upfront costs. And that upfront cost, as you mentioned with the solar projects, is pretty high. But you also have to remember that many of these renewable energy projects, the fuel costs are zero. They're not volatile. They don't go up and down. They are zero. Once you install these facilities, solar, wind, other projects, the fuel costs will be contained. In fact, they are contained at zero cost. So, but it is also true, as we all know, that the transmission expenses for New Hampshire have been going up for the last 5 or 6 years now, whereas other states around us, their transmission costs have been going down or are staying flat. That will continue to go up if we don't do something. That's true. And on the other hand, many of these other states around us, the reason they have more expensive bills and maybe even rates is because they are offering so many services to their residents. You know, that rate that they pay down there, that includes free energy efficiency devices like thermostats and light bulbs. They get that for free. They don't get that for free here in New Hampshire because we're a cheapskate state. We think we don't want to spend any money now, but what you're doing is you're cutting off investment for the future. So, okay, if that's what we want to do, we're cutting off opportunities for the future by saving a little money right now. That's what's happening, and I think that's the reason we need to take action instead of just standing still.
Representative Platt.
Mr. Chairman, where are we going? I've been sitting here for quite a while. We've not advanced one moment in any direction, so I'd like to see if we can conclude this.
Well, I think I suggest that we go home.
Yeah.
It's time to do that. I think we have had a good discussion on this issue. I don't sense that we're going to achieve any kind of consensus today. I will hold on to this bill, HB 106, for the next week or so before turning it over to the clerk to allow us to think about this and to see if we can come up with, see if anybody comes up with a bright idea that can allow us to move this forward. So as long as I hold on to the bill, we can still reconsider our motion to retain. So I will hold on to it for a week, and we'll see where we go from there. Representative Marshall, do you have a comment?
Comment exactly, Chairman Vos. I just wanted to thank you for allowing this discussion today. I think it's to all of our benefit examining these issues, and I truly appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Representative Mann, did you have something? Did you have your hand up?
I did, but I changed my mind. I thought the last comment was just fine.
Sausage.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us this opportunity. I just want to have a clarification. If we were to want to reconsider this bill, we can't do it unless we have a formal meeting. You just can't have it sitting around and say, hey, maybe somebody wants to reconsider it. Unless we have an opportunity to reconsider it, it's not a viable option.
Maybe I misstated what I meant to say. Maybe I didn't say it elegantly enough. What I meant was, I'll hold on to this bill for a week. And if somebody comes up with a brilliant idea that I think could allow us to come to a consensus on this bill, let me know. And what I will do is I will arrange for us to have another meeting. It'll have to be a work session, I suppose. And I think a work session may not have to be noticed for 7 days. I think we may only have to notice a work session for 24 days, 24 hours. So we can probably get a meeting set up fairly quickly. Of course, that assumes that we can find a room and a Zoom license that's free, and that's always problematic. But
okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If anybody comes up with a brilliant idea, let me know, and we'll see if we can get something.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Bresney.
Thank you. I was just going to add that we can also do a straw poll over email if we need to figure out if we want to do anything further or not.
Yes, Representative Bresney suggested we could do a straw poll over email. I'll have to think about that because it might be a right to know violation. You're not supposed to use email for full committee discussions of things because it could be a right to know violation. But I'll look into that. I'll ask the clerk what he thinks. Representative Callie Pitts.
No, I was just going to say, I don't think we can do that by email. I think we have to do that in public. So, and you already came up with that. So if we have a meeting and we decide, hey, we're just going to go with it, you can take 5 minutes out of your schedule to just do that by Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I have one more thing that I'd like to say to all of you before we leave. There was an excellent article in the Manchester Union Leader on Sunday about Zoom fatigue.
I saw it.
Zoom fatigue is a real thing. It's been studied by researchers at Stanford University. And what they have discovered is that if you do too much Zoom, it has a negative impact on you. And they actually have a list of tips of things you can do during Zoom meetings to reduce your Zoom fatigue. And one of the tips is to turn your video off. So, and leave it off for some period of time, because part of what creates Zoom fatigue is the idea that other people are looking at you all the time.
Well, in my case, it's me having to look at myself.
That's it.
That's it. So I just point this out and suggest that if you go on the Union Leader website and search for that article on Zoom fatigue, you might enjoy the reading. I know I did. And with
There
that,
is an option to turn off the video of like you viewing yourself, which I find really helpful because, yeah, staring at myself is very distracting.
Right.
Sorry to speak out of turn.
I just wanted to share that all with you, and I thank you for a hard day's work. And the next meeting will be at the call of the chair. It'll probably be either to come up with a resolution on HB 106 or to hear some Senate bills, one or the other. So until then, I'll bid you all adieu and wish you a good week and a good weekend. And we'll see you next time. Thanks.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Arrivederci.
Bye.